Where's our Kate?
Chair, we're live. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. It is a couple minutes after 7 p.m. in Hermosa Beach, California, and I hereby call our our August Planning Commission meeting to order. If we could start with our Pledge of Allegiance, led by our City Attorney, Pat Donegan.
Thank you, Chair. Place your right hand over your heart and begin after me. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, sir. All right, may we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Hoffman?
Here.
Commissioner
Here.
Commissioner Izant?
Here.
Vice Chair Hirsch?
Here.
Chair Peterson?
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to our next item, which is the approval of our agenda. This is the time for Planning Commission members to discuss any changes to the order of agenda items, of which I have none. Does anyone else?
No.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda, the order of the agenda?
Move to approve?
Would you get yours up, by the way?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are we voting electronically or just by voice?
Electronically.
Okay.
I'm having trouble with the site here. Could you hold on, E-Scribe?
Okay.
Meeting started,
Here we go.
You could-
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I can go to November.
That's better than July.
Just get out.
No, he did, it just. And so, Chair, just because we're on the approval of the agenda, I'll defer to you, but as our industrious Madam Deputy City Clerk here tries to troubleshoot, if we want to do this one by voice vote or roll call, that's entirely appropriate, but I'll defer to you.
Okay. Are we close? Okay. Why don't we just do a voice vote instead, if that's okay? So we had a motion to approve the order of the agenda by Commissioner Hoffman, and then seconded by Commissioner Izant, if I remember correctly. Can you run a voice vote for us?
Commissioner Hoffman,
Yes?
Commissioner Flaherty,
Yes.
Commissioner Izant,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Chair Peterson.
Yes.
Motion carries by 5-0 vote.
All right, thank you. Moving on to public comment. This is the time for members of the public to address the Planning Commission on any items within the Commission's jurisdiction and on items where public comment will not be taken. The public is invited to attend and provide general public comment limited to 2 minutes per speaker and only taken from those present in the council chamber. No remote comment may be taken during this time unless required by the
Thank you.
Brown Act. A total of 30 minutes will be allocated to this initial public participation item. The time allotment may be modified due to time constraints at the discretion of the chair or the commission. Another period is also reserved for general comment at the end of the meeting for those who were not heard at this time. It's worth noting that no action will be taken on matters raised during public comment, except that the commission may take action to schedule issues raised during public comment for a future agenda. Speakers with comments regarding city management or departmental operations are encouraged to submit those comments to the Community Development Director or City Manager. Members of the audience will have a future opportunity to speak on item pulled from the consent calendar and for public hearings when those items are heard. That's a lot of words. So basically, we have items later on the agenda where you can speak for 3 minutes on the item or by Zoom. If people want to speak now on any item, they can speak for 2 minutes, but you can't speak both. So if for some reason you want to speak on an agendized item, you can do it now, but you can't come back up when it comes up. So with that, do we usually start with Zoom or with in person? All right. Is anyone, oh, that's right, we don't have Zoom for this one. Does anyone have a general public comment they wish to share? If you do, come on up.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm speaking today on behalf of Richard DiGiorgio, the property owner at 134 Pacific Coast Highway, as well
Could you,
as...
I'm sorry, could you share your name and
Oh, I'm so
name and
sorry. My name is
sign in?
Robin Adler. And I'm speaking today on the behalf of Richard DeGiorgio, the property owner of 134 Pacific Coast Highway and the adjoining, don't know the address of St. Rock on the corner. He has made available to the gentleman that wants to put the business in our parking lot in the mornings and in the afternoon for pickup and drop off or overflow. So that's how we kind of became aware of the intent to put the daycare there. So we hope that that would help to mitigate the concerns about the traffic. The other thing that I wanted to comment on is the safety of that signal, that intersection altogether. I don't think anybody would disagree is a really hazardous one. And for someone like myself that drives it every day, several times a day, I've learned to navigate it safely. I know, it's just ingrained in me. When that right-hand signal gives me a green, I don't just step on the gas and go for my turn. My eyes are to the left to make sure that there's not some car speeding up that curb lane from 190th. My point is that it is a dangerous intersection, as are almost, hundreds of dangerous intersections around our city and county. But when you are driving it regularly, as the residents do as well, it makes it a safer journey. You understand the signals and how they work and the timing and what tends to go wrong at that intersection. So I just think that to focus on the traffic and the danger of the intersection. This is also a daycare. These are not kids that are going to be, getting out of class and running to the candy store across the street. They're going to be picked up and dropped off. That is the end of my comment.
All right, thank you.
Chair, may I ask that all speakers please sign in on the sheet? I don't believe we have speaker cards, and we'd like to have everybody's name on the record. Thank you.
Definitely, yeah. So, and again, on all the agendized items, we do have an opportunity to speak later. If people need to leave for some reason, they can speak now for 2 minutes instead of 3. So, does anyone else wish to speak at this time?
I'd like to, if you don't mind.
Okay, of course, come on up.
I was going to wait for Robin to finish up there here,
Sorry, it's a long name.
It's okay. It was a good story time, though. We appreciate that. Maybe we'll get some snacks afterwards. My name's M. Scott Shields. I live at 838 2nd Street, directly across from this disastrous plant. I love the children. They ride up and down their bikes. They come past here all the time. We got 30 or 40 kids a day. This is a safe school asylum. They go up and down. They come from 5 streets over. They come from 1st Street. They walk right down 2nd Street because it's safe for them, because there's a crosswalk right there with CVS is. The intersection's horribly flawed. We all know that. It's very dangerous. So we're going to take 70 people plus a day, give or take, that have no clue where this place is, and they're just going to be running through the streets, and they're going to murder a child on my street. That's why I'm here. I don't want to show up. I don't want to waste my time. I have much better things to do. Look at me. God, I could be out partying. Anything better than this? Which, mind you, everyone parties around the neighborhood. St. Rock, party place. The saloon, party place. Everyone that lives around there, parties. Drug-free zone, not really. You gonna put a skull in there? Bad idea. I mean, come on, these are children. You like kids, right? You could throw anything over that wall. God help you what happens to those kids. The problem is my wife's almost been murdered a couple of times. Just in these developments, he's rolled his big Mercedes, rolled it out there. She's had to slam on her brakes. The traffic is terrible out of there. And now we've got 4 lanes. They're gonna come in and out 2 times over the curb, 2 times the other way through O'Kell's. That's 4 times the chance to murder a child. And you guys, I've taken a picture because I want to make sure all of you know when you murder a child on my street, you're going to have to go tell their parents how, why, and they were murdered for capitalism. Because you thought 70 children at $2,000 to $3,000 a head were more important than the children on my street. It is disgusting. That's why I've showed up here. And the blood will be on your hands, and you'll all be murderers. And I think you're neighbors. I think you're good people. I don't think you're murderers. You don't look like that, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, because here's the thing. I know what 70 cars will do to that street. We need to find something on that street that is low volume, retail, condos, something. We'll work with this guy. We're not being difficult. I met Frank. I wish to God Frank had thought about apologizing to me for blowing asbestos all over us by illegally starting the construction before properly reading the EPA report, which California CEQA will be dealing with. Come on, these are not good people, and I'm sorry would have sufficed for all of us. It's disgusting. You cannot do this. This is a terrible location. There's been 9 accidents in what? The last 2 months? Check your thing. Redondo Beach collided into 3 girls from Jersey, almost killed them. Because we have to go fast on
Sir, that's your time. Sir, that's your time.
Well, thank you for the time. But you know what you don't have time for? This daycare.
Sir.
Starbucks.
We-
Got rid of
Sir,
Starbucks.
sir, please, sir, sir.
Waste my time. I gotta come down here
Yep.
all the time because you guys can't
All right.
get it right. I've seen none of it. I'm out there every morning. I do
Yeah,
not see
excuse
you.
me.
Sir, sir,
Excuse me.
hey, sir, please.
I do not see you in the morning.
Chair,
And I know it.
Chair.
You know why I don't see you? Because you don't care. You murder each other on my streets without caring. And you are greedy. And you, pals, have got to back off this.
Do we want to take a recess here, sir? Chair.
What? Excuse me.
Child murders!
What?
Why did I
Do you want to take a 3-minute recess and the police? No.
That was a nice start.
All right. Okay, does anyone else have public comment?
I haven't done any public speaking in a while, so forgive me if I'm a little anxious. I'd like to first of all apologize for him because he's a very poor representation of what
Could-
most of us are.
If you could give us your name and
Of
your
course,
town.
it's Terry Jones, and
Okay.
I live up on 2nd Street. I live right across from Moondust Parquet. I've been there 55 years, so I know 2nd Street between Prospect and PCH very well. And it is a very bad intersection there, and I have actually documentation going back many, many years, meeting with Caltrans and Public Works to try to get changes to that intersection for safety, and it went nowhere. But anyway, I had a daughter that went to a preschool. Hermosa Beach could use a preschool. That's not the problem, and I think that that's really important that we separate that. It's not that we don't like children, because I will tell you that the demographic in Hermosa Beach in the 55 years I've been there has changed so much, and we're really a very family-oriented city now. So a daycare is good, it's just that that intersection is brutal. And also, I have to tell you, if anything is even close to the ingress and egress diagram that I saw, I can't even imagine how I'm going to ever be able to leave my street in my vehicle, because it's just going to back up. And we already have a problem with people that drive up the street the wrong way. And if people are going to start to get impatient, I'm going to see more and more of that starting to happen, which of course is, again, a public safety hazard. So we could use a daycare, but I think there's probably other vacant properties within Hermosa Beach that could probably be more suitable for that type of a situation. And Robin, you know I love you, but how many parking spaces do you guys have to give up? Like,
If you could address your comments too.
Okay.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
there's a certain flow and decorum to this, so
Okay.
whoever is speaking can speak, there's no back and forth.
Okay.
And I appreciate everyone's
No
consideration.
problem. Yep.
Yeah.
You got it. So that's pretty much what I had to say.
All right, if you
Listen,
could.
I'll get out the way.
You could sign in, thank you. I will remind everyone that if it's an agendized item, of which 2nd Street is one, Uncorked is another, there's time and extended time later to speak on it. You have 3 minutes to speak on it. If people wish to speak now, they can. You get less time, and you're, somewhat separated in terms of the meeting flow from the actual item. So, given that, does anyone else have any comment they wish to share? And if you could start with your name,
Sure.
name and town, and sign in.
Kate Kurtz. I also live on 2nd Street. I live maybe 3 or 4 doors up. So I have 2 kids. They are here. I think my concern is more so the amount of people, like everyone has said, there's been a lot of accidents there. And I think I'm always concerned even crossing the street there. And that's with people, most of the people would be neighbors or someone that knows the street. If you're adding people that do not know the intersection at all, I think it would be increased risk for my kids who are crossing the street trying to get home from school, or just anyone that is trying to cross that street. It is a super dangerous intersection. We're always a little nervous even crossing, so adding more cars to that of people who don't know the city, don't know the streets or anything will just make it a lot riskier for all of us. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else wish to provide general public comment? All right.
Hello, Carl Kurtz, 3 doors down from St. Roch, not the same as the band. But in past, walking across that intersection, I have literally yanked my dog because how poorly designed it is. How poorly designed it is. Matter of fact, Hermosa Beach, right here, your fire department witnessed this on 2 occasions when I'm walking across going to CVS. I live right there. I'm going across at least 3 times a day. 2 times to walk the dog, another time maybe to CVS, go to the beach, ride my bike, whatever. It is an awful intersection. In my opinion, you need to demolish the place and make 2nd Street, move it over to the right, make it 1 lane, 2 intersections, like a perfect 1. Get rid of the place, buy the place for Coastal Commission. You need to do something with that. You see how many accidents it is. It is disastrous there. If you don't believe me, come watch any time of the day, whether it be morning, noon, afternoon, sunset, middle of the night. St. Roch, come on. You can't have that there. I don't care about the daycare. I would rather have something else there. It doesn't matter about daycare, but I'd rather have, I don't know, but something else besides having over 100 cars a day. Think about it. It's a no-brainer. Thanks.
All right, thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else for public comment? Noting again that any agendized item will have extended time later in the meeting, but if for some reason people need to leave now, you can speak now. Does anyone else have public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comments. We don't do Zoom comments for this. That's okay. I've made that mistake.
Sorry.
All right, moving on to item 6, which is our consent calendar. The only item we have on our consent calendar is for the Planning Commission to receive and file the action minutes of the Planning Commission regular meeting of July 16th, 2024. Do I have any changes to it, or if not, a motion to receive and file?
Mr. Chair, item 8A, which was simply the review of the previous minutes, the way it's recorded simply indicates the vote, but it doesn't indicate what the vote was. There was no motion. In other words, the staff recommendation was to review, and then the minutes record simply say something to the effect of there was a motion and whatever, but there was no staff rec wasn't, in other words, the receive and file is what I think is what's missing from the minutes.
I have the actual minutes.
So we
Okay.
just amend that, and with that amendment, I would move to approve.
Okay, is there a second for that motion, or are there other amendments to be added?
Chair, Sorry. Chair, I'll second, but a technical question. As I bring it up, right, okay, it says attachments. I hit attachments, and I can't seem to find an attachment. Does everyone else have attachments, and it's just me?
We go back.
There's 2 attachments.
This one down here.
I have been technologically educated. Thank you.
All right. Planning Commission's a team sport. All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. May we have a vote, please?
Voting is now open.
So what did you do to get that?
I just clicked this. That's where they went up.
All members have voted. Voting is now closed. Motion carried by a vote of 4-0. One abstain from Commissioner Hirsch, Vice Chair Hirsch, sorry.
All right. Thank you. Now moving on to our public hearings. We have 3 of them tonight. Our first one is for provide direction on the request of a conditional use permit, CUP 23-13, to operate a preschool and daycare center with an outdoor playground at 210 Pacific Coast Highway. Is there a staff report?
Any declarations?
That'll be later.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. This is Alexis Oropeza, Planning Manager. I will be providing the staff presentation on this item. So this is a conditional use permit, CUP 23-13 for a preschool. This item was continued from May 21st of this year. Next slide. And the recommendation today is to consider and provide direction on the request for the conditional use permit. To recap, since it has been some time, the project site is located at the intersection of Pacific Coast Highway and 2nd Street within the SPA 7 zone. The property is developed with an existing commercial building, previously operated as a used car dealership and body shop, previously known as Felder's Body Shop and Sales. Next slide. The project site, as mentioned, is in the SPA 7 zone and is surrounded by SPA 7 similarly commercial uses to the north across PCH, to the west, and to the south across 2nd Street. And then the project site abuts single-family residential uses to the east, or zone to the east. Next slide. And then I'm just going to go over a series of images. Currently, the site is covered in scaffolding, so these were taken prior to that. But here's the street view looking east across PCH. Here's an aerial image providing the overall site view. And here's another angle at the northeast, looking northeast from the intersection of 2nd and PCH. Here's another aerial view to give you the viewpoint looking north, so you can see the open areas that will be of discussion primarily regarding the design changes that we'll be going over. And then one more site plan, and just to recap, the Planning Commission did see this or consider this item rather at May 21st of this year. The Commission conducted a public hearing, considered the staff report and public testimony. After deliberating over the conditional use permit and the potential impacts on the surrounding area, the discussion of concerns included additional loading, the need for additional loading, the concern over queuing of vehicles, a need for a separate vehicle entrance and exit. The Planning Commission at that time acted to continue the item to today's hearing of August 20th, 2024. And since that time, the applicant has been working with staff to revise the plans to address the concerns that were raised at that time. The applicant has submitted updated plans, an updated noise study, updated parking study, as well as a pickup and drop-off operations plan. The project proposes retaining most of the existing single-family commercial building with a small addition and an interior model to accommodate the proposed use. As mentioned, the applicant has worked to address the Planning Commission's concerns. The applicant is proposing to reconfigure the southern parking lot to add a new curb cut and a one-way drive aisle to accommodate between 2 to 3 vehicles. along the property frontage parallel to Second Street. The proposed operations are not, in terms of hours, are maintaining from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. as originally proposed. The site configuration does provide 11 parking spaces with a total of 6 loading spaces, and the applicant is proposing to maintain the maximum of 77 students at any time. So as mentioned, the applicant is proposing to reconfigure the site. The project includes the 2 parking lots with the 11 parking spaces. The figure here illustrates the new turning or vehicle parking queuing, shown in the black arrow, and then there's numbers 5, 6, and 7 that show the approximate location of vehicles that could queue. The site configuration includes a new walkway to the north of that vehicle queuing lane. And then as a result of the changes, there's a reduction in the overall playground area. With this reconfiguration, stalls 3 and 4 also become conforming in size. So again, the site configuration would provide for an additional 2 to 3 vehicles. The project's development standards that it's needs to comply with include 17.38.320, which actually, because of the scope of the work, a precise development plan is not required as the work is under 10,000 square feet. The parking lot design standards, with this reconfiguration, we do see the existing non-conforming, or actually compact spaces, becoming fully conforming in size, which should facilitate better loading when those spaces are used for that capacity. Plan Hermosa identifies daycares as sensitive uses. Sensitive receptors such as schools, homes, hospitals that serve children and the elderly tend to be more susceptible to noise and other environmental impacts. The project site is located, as previously mentioned, on the east side of PCH. This is within the 60 to 70 noise equivalent level CNEL noise contour. Plan Hermosa establishes the interior noise standards for schools, school uses as 45 dB, and then maximum exterior of 65. The general plan also establishes a compatibility matrix that's shown on the screen with a grading scale of A to D, with A rated being clearly compatible and do not require insulation to protect sensitive receptors, ranging to D as being clearly incompatible. This site is rated C, which is normally incompatible unless a detailed analysis demonstrates that sound attenuation measures can be implemented to make the use compatible. The applicant has provided updated studies for, if we can go to the next slide, for both the noise and for traffic, consistent with the requirement for CUP findings to demonstrate compatibility. The noise analysis that was originally provided divided the site up into 4 zones and established that the project site could be, the interior levels could be sufficiently reduced through project design features, including ratings of glass of windows, and then the exterior noise with the revised perimeter wall for the outdoor area has been updated and determined that the reduced height of the wall from 8 feet to 6 feet would still provide sufficient sound attenuation for the children within the playground area. The applicant also provided an updated traffic operations parking study on July 18th. The addendum outlines the enhancements that the traffic engineer observed from the site plan changes. It notes the revised plan includes the 2 to 3 additional parking, drop-off and pickup spaces to accommodate vehicles during the peak times. It also makes mention that the increased size of the parking stalls that I called out earlier would provide for better vehicle maneuvering and loading and offloading of the kids. The addendum, staff found that the addendum does not adequately assess the revised site plans or concerns raised at the May 21st, 2024 hearing. Although the site changes do accommodate additional vehicles, the changes also introduce new factors and potential conflicts that were not previously studied nor answered in the addendum. Staff has determined that the following information is, keep there. We're fine, yeah. Following additional information is necessary to make a determination of affirmatively of the findings in support of the CUP. So the traffic operations parking study really needs to be updated to provide a comprehensive parking management plan, to provide an updated trip distribution, along with an assessment of the turning movements and pedestrian access through the site. Additionally, staff finds that based on the revised plans and the studies that were submitted, we're unable to also find in conformance with some of the key land use or general plan policies that are critical when considering a conditional use permit. So we have the general criteria of the CUP as well as consideration of our general plan land use element policies. And policy 4.8 is ensuring that new uses mitigate impacts and incorporate appropriate buffering, as well as policy 7.7, seeking for development to be compatible, especially along corridors when we're introducing educational uses. So with that, staff does find that the project could be categorically exempt pursuant to 15303, new construction, should it be determined that the Planning Commission finds there's adequate information to make a decision in favor of the project. The project applicant has provided a number of studies, as mentioned, but in terms of the environmental of phase 1 and phase 2, as well as remedial excavations were provided, demonstrating that the project site has been appropriately remediated. Public noticing was provided, and I provided prior to the May 21st hearing. The meeting was continued to a date certain, which does not require renoticing. However, given the level of interest in the project, mailers were mailed to property owners and residents within 500 feet of the project site, 540 notices specifically. Poster was posted on site. A legal ad was also published in the Easy Reader. We have received a number of comments which have been forwarded to you. The comments have ranged from concerns about the categorical exemption, concerns about sufficient parking, loading and unloading, concerns about the traffic, which you've heard. There was also comments about the posters being removed from site. They were posted in accordance with the municipal code and then reposted once after we learned of the that they had been removed. And so we can go to the next slide. Again, that concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer questions. We have the applicant as well as members from our Public Works in the audience to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. First, I just want to ask specifically if commissioners have any questions of staff at this time. I have a couple questions. What, because my eyesight is bad, the specific distance between the two driveways to fit the 3 cars, is that, I mean, I see the symbols, but what is the distance between those 2 driveways
I will
in
pull
that
that up.
unloading lane?
Bear with me, it's loading.
That's fine. Tension builds.
It's still loading. I'm not, I can, is
Well,
there
maybe we
another
can-
question while that loads?
Sure. Well, I was just curious if, like, roughly what was there, so if we can get back to that. And then, right as you get to a really good part of your description of the parking and traffic study, my computer glitched for a second, so I had to attend to it. Talk to us again about your belief of the adequacy or not of the updated traffic and parking plan. It sounded like there were maybe a few things that we'd like to see there that maybe we don't, but I don't want to put.
Yes, staff, so staff reviewed this, planning as well as public works staff reviewed the addendum that was submitted. It did not fully address the site plan changes that were being proposed. So we would have wanted to see a revised trip distribution to see how things will on-site and off-site, how the new vehicle queuing lane changes that. That hasn't been provided. We don't have a comprehensive management plan integrated into the traffic study itself. So those are critical components for us in order to make recommendations about conditions of approval, understanding that those factors were considered, as well as data on the actual loading and unloading times. So those were a few of the things. And then just some cursory site plan changes. The applicant did ultimately reconfigure out the one to have a, to reconfigure the direction in which the queuing goes, so it is going east, which is one of the concerns that staff had. But the other items, which include creating a separation grade between the walkway and vehicle maneuvering areas needs to occur, as well as establishing a pedestrian path of travel from the sidewalk, and then converting to a one-way in and a one-way out. That's also not facilitated by this design nor assessed to determine that the two-way would be sufficient.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions of staff at this time?
Excuse me, if I could follow up on that. Ms. Oropeza, can you give us some sense of when the revision was submitted and if and when kind of what there was a response? What I'm trying to get at is when you got that and we saw that the staff saw that the revisions were not adequate to to complete the analysis, were they made aware of that? The applicants made aware of that? And was there a time?
Sure, yes. So the applicant was made aware of it. The applicant did not meet the deadline in which we asked for it, so it did take us a little bit of time. So the material wasn't submitted to the 18th. The applicant was informed of the changes, opportunity to either continue or consider continuation for another hearing was offered. However, they chose to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do commissioners have any other questions of staff at this time? Okay. All right. At this point, I will ask if commissioners have any disclosures to make, which could include site visits to the business, conversations, or other evidence received before the meeting that is not in the staff report and which could affect the commissioner's decision on the matter. It is generally understood that we have all made inquiries of city staff for clarification. If you have information, underlined, related to these disclosures, you may share it at this time if you feel that it would be more beneficial to share prior to public comment, noting that this is not yet the time for commission deliberation or for our opinions. So does anyone have any disclosures to make?
Chair Hoffman? I'm sorry, Peterson, excuse me. Old habits die hard. My apologies, Chair Peterson.
That's all right.
I do have two declarations. The first is probably similar to everyone else. In addition to the supplemental comments that are here, I received probably over 30 emails directly, either for or against this project. I did have the applicant reach out to me twice, once via email and once via phone. The conversations in both cases were inconsequential and were very short. What is more important is that after the last meeting, there were some very strong opinions on both sides on what was adequate and what was inadequate. And I felt the need to investigate for myself. To that end, I reached out to Commissioner Flaherty, and I now declare that the two of us are working together. We have worked together. We have made about 6.5 hours of observations directly on our own in the field. We have come to no conclusions, but we were about 4 of those hours were where we were sitting at 2nd Street, directly north of St. Roch, from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., recording number of cars in line, number of cars to the signal, cars that possibly didn't make it. We then also, on 2 different days, investigated or observed, it would be a more fair term, observed drop-off times at 2 of the existing Maple Tree academies, and those observations also are recorded. Both Commissioner Flaherty and I freely admit that, first of all, we do not have a license as traffic gurus. Secondly, both of us, I think, in high school had to take Statistics 101 again after we didn't do well the first time around. So these are our observations. They are summarized, and at the appropriate time, I'm prepared to hand those summaries out to the commission, and the good counselor has already put those same summaries on the back table for the public so that they can also review. So at the appropriate time, Commissioner, unless he wants to say something now, Commissioner Flaherty will present our traffic observations, and I will present the drop-off observations.
Okay. Whichever you wish to go. To our city attorney, should we do that now or later after public comment and after the applicant has spoken?
With the information in the back, it really is kind of a judgment call. I would advise if the information is, or the summary reports are relatively brief, it may benefit the numerous people here to hear that, but that's really, I'll defer to you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Can you summarize it briefly? Mike and Steve?
Yep. Chair Peterson, I do think there's a value of doing this before the public hearing so that if the public wishes to comment on our presentation, they can then do so.
Okay. Since y'all have some material to present, do any of the other commissioners have any disclosures to make before we lose that thread? Pete?
Gee, I feel it's so inferior now. I went by the site about 6 times, but I did not pretend to be a traffic engineer.
Okay. Vice Chair Hirsch?
I also went by the site a few times since the last public hearing and observed not active demolition, but the demolition that's happened, and have traveled down 2nd Street a few times. I also received correspondence from the applicant, which I would echo is inconsequential to tonight's discussion. But I did want to address that through public comment. I've received some allegations that my comments made in public during our planning commission deliberations on this item somehow shows a bias or a lack of impartiality. I disagree and assure my colleagues and the public of my unbiased approach for this and all items brought forth to the planning commission. I'll continue to use my best judgment to analyze the evidence before us to determine whether the required findings of our municipal code and the pertinent laws can be made for this project. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Other than driving by there a bunch and looking at it, I have no other disclosures to make. All right, I'll now defer to Commissioners Izant and Flaherty to present their comments.
If I could, then, I'm going to pass out the traffic summaries and ask my colleague to please summarize what we found.
Right.
And if I'm understanding correctly, there are copies of this in the back as well.
That is correct.
So as Steve said, we went out on several occasions at several locations. In particular, I'm going to highlight the areas that I observed at 2nd Street and PCH, both on the 7th and the 12th. Also, I should declare that prior to this meeting, I also reviewed, because I wasn't sitting in this chair, I also reviewed and watched the meeting of the 15th. I also read all the emails from the 15th, I'm sorry, from the May meeting, not the 15th, but the May meeting, as well as going with Steve on this. So during those 4 hours, two 2-hour times from 7 to 9, there were 88 cars that came down 2nd Street and was part of the signal issue. The signal actually turned green 88 times during 2 days. The signal range is from 3 seconds to about 26 seconds. There was never any cars that weren't left. There was no more than 3 cars at any one time. I'm sure this is old news for the people who live on 2nd Street, but this was our observations during those hours. We also saw 5 drivers drive through the no right-hand turn signal, which again was not unusual in that neighborhood. We had no more than, like I said, 3 cars at any one time. Most of the time when there were 3 cars was between 8:16 and 8:30. We had all cars made it through any signal. We had 50 pedestrians over those 2 days during those 4 hours. The pedestrian activity obviously causes the signal to stay longer. I had some other observations that I'd like to relay to the director to forward to the Director of Public Works or his representative for sure. The signal on the west side of the street that you're looking at as you're at that intersection, the sign that said no right turn on red was missing for at least a month or 2. Tonight when I drove by, there was a sign that said no U-turn. There is a history, if you go on Google Earth, there is a history of that particular sign being changed out twice or 3 times during the last 15 years. It goes from no right turn on red to no U-turn. So my request from your department to the Public Works Department, call Caltrans and at least have some consistent signage there for the residents and the users of that intersection. Number 2, the sign that's on the east side of the street that's next to the curb, it's about 15 feet from the curb, is no longer a usable sign. It doesn't have the reflectivity. It's not even at the right height. It's back far enough so if you're the first in line, you don't see it anymore, and don't remind yourself of that. There are some other observations that were silly, but as I drove through, I saw residents on that street backing up the street to get to Hollywell. It seemed kind of silly, so they wouldn't do that. And,
Commissioner, if you could just share observations without
okay, I'll illustrate, right.
opinions, just for the sake of decorum. Appreciate it.
But in both days, at Second and PCH, the light worked well, no one was held up. The longest waiting time was about 1 minute and 50 seconds. In one instance, the average waiting time was 60 seconds if you were waiting. There were some people that came down the hill and hit the green light right off the bat. But those were my observations. Pedestrians were, again, a factor in this whole signalization. So thank you. Chairman?
Commissioner Peterson, just
Yes.
2 quick comments.
Okay.
The first, I do want to, 2 things. First is, this is only 2 days out of 260 work days. But we deliberately picked Monday as one of our days because we said people have been off over the weekend and they're going to go to work on Monday. We could have picked Thursday, but we picked Wednesday. We didn't pick Friday because we thought maybe people might take the Friday off. So we tried to, in the time that we had, do what we thought was the most representative sample. But again, we recognize this is only 2 days out of 260 work days. The last comment is, what I found interesting was that out of the 88 times, 22 times there were no cars waiting at all when the light turned green. The other thing worth noting is the distribution of cars by a 15-minute time period. And with that, I don't have any questions. I'm prepared to do my presentation if the commission's ready to move on.
I'm good.
Okay. So I'm sorry, do you also want to discuss this now, or this will be later?
I think it would be appropriate to discuss now before the public
Okay.
hearing.
Okay.
All right, so this is the drop-off review. We picked 2 locations. The first in the upper left is the location in Santa Monica on 14th Street. We were there from 7:30 in the morning to 8:45. The applicant did not know that we were coming, and I don't think we were recognized because we're wearing trench coats with dark mustaches, dark glasses, and fedoras. And we kind of slouched down in our cars like this. But seriously, in the upper right-hand corner of that Google Earth picture, you see 2 green stripes. Those are bike lanes. We parked directly across from the front entrance. And after a while, we said, there aren't many kids going into the front of this. What we did find, though, is those that were, from the time the car actually pulled over to the curb till the time that the car left the curb, averaged 5 minutes. And we tried to be good statisticians. We threw out the high, we threw out the low, and that was how we ended up. What we discovered was when we drove around into the alley, which is in the bottom left-hand side, this building actually has a subterranean garage. And in that case, it was 11 minutes and 22 seconds from the time that the car drove down the ramp to the time that the car came back up. In fairness, though, I don't think this should count towards what may or may not happen if it does at 2nd Street, because in this case, the cars are going down, they have to find a place, they have to go up in the elevator, they have to come down in the elevator, they have to come back. So anyway, the second location, Venice Boulevard, 7:45 to 9 a.m. Easier parking, 2 places to park. One was on the street right in front of the building, that's right in the very center. The other was the parking lot, which is a combination of drop-off and employees. 44 observations. The average there, 6 minutes, 52 seconds from the time that the car pulled into the curb or pulled into the parking lot to the time that the car left. And so those are our observations for those 2 locations. Again, Commissioner Flaherty and I felt that 2nd Street signal circulation was important and drop-off was, so that's why we did this.
Okay, thank you. Any other disclosures for anybody to make? I'm guessing not, but I appreciate the info. All right. We will now begin the public comment portion of our hearing. All questions on this matter are to be directed to the commission, not the audience. If you've spoken on this item before, you can't speak again. You do get 3 minutes. We do take Zoom calls. I will just remind people that we are all citizen volunteers. We're residents. We put in probably 200 hours a year. Our compensation, if we're quick on our feet, is a couple of chicken skewers at the holiday party. And that's about it. So I would just ask people to keep their comments respectful. I know there's a lot of big opinions on this item, but I would appreciate that. And that's all I'll say on that. Is the applicant present? If so, please approach the podium to make your presentation.
Chair, while the applicant comes up, do you want me to give you the answer about the dimension? I'm sorry it took so long.
I've been distracted since, so yeah, if you could. I'm joking,
Okay.
but yeah.
So it's approximately, when I discount some of the areas that couldn't be actually used for queuing, it's approximately 60 feet.
Okay, thank you. Which I believe the average length of a car is around 15, 16 feet, so that checks out. All right, thank you. Sign in, share your name, and share any thoughts you wish to on your presentation, and then we'll have questions for you, public comment, and then a time for you to respond.
Wonderful, wonderful. So good evening, commissioners, and my name is Stephanie Caspian. This is my husband, Amir Caspian. We're the owners of Maple Tree Academy. We definitely appreciate you hearing us again and resubmitting this project, and we definitely feel we're looking forward to being a part of the Hermosa community. Next slide. So as you know, we currently operate 4 programs, 4 early education programs, one in Santa Monica, one in Venice, Mar Vista, one in West Los Angeles, and one in Hollywood. And, it's a family-owned business. We care deeply about the communities in which we choose to become a part of, so that's very important to us. And just to share a little bit about our background, I started this program 13 years ago from my home, and it's emerged now to 4, center-based programs. And we serve about 300 families with their, children ranging from the ages of 3 months to 5 years. About us, I have my doctorate from USC in education. It's very important to me, and how we build our communities and our programs are very important to me. My husband has been a chief officer with the Los Angeles Fire Department, City of Los Angeles, for over 25 years. So we've built this business together. And also, just incidentally, our boys attended preschool here in the South Bay many years ago. They're teenagers now. One's in college. Next slide. So just kind of addressing the issue of drop-off and pickup, unlike, this was brought up, I think, at the first hearing, unlike traditional schools, daycares and preschools and so forth, the drop-off is not all at one time. It's stretched out over a period of hours. Parents have very different schedules, and so that drop-off doesn't have to be all at 8:30 and so forth, or pick up all at 2:30 or 5:30, whatever the case a traditional elementary school might be. Because this site is adjacent to a community, a neighborhood community, we expect a good percentage of the families to be walking or riding a bicycle, and also to have multiple children attending our programs, just like the other 4 programs that we have. Yeah, I think that's okay for that.
Next slide, please. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Amir Caspian. I'll go ahead and kind of just review the previous hearing and the feedback that we received from yourselves. So previously we had committed 3 spots for the drop-off and pickup, and the building layout, there wasn't much change to the building layout, and the circulation was going to be out of one driveway. This was a cause of concern for the commissioners, and we took that to heart. Our team, which is behind us, worked very hard to reconfigure this building and the drop-off and the pickup. And so the new proposal, next slide, please. As you saw by the staff, provides us with additional, more than twice the amount of loading, also a queuing line, also providing 2, 1 entry and 1 exit way, so that the cars can drive in one way in and one way out, alleviating the circulation problem, and also taking that traffic off of 2nd Street. It also creates a loading walkway, which is safer for the pedestrians and for families that do walk down 2nd Street to drop off their children from that entrance location you see. So with that, increasing the capacity to 6 and 7 spots gives us a lot more flexibility. If we can go to the next slide, please. So this is an example of a drop-off grid that we've created that we would provide to families to sign up for their specific time zones. And if you remember, our traffic study had called for 3 minutes. With this new capacity, we can increase it to 15 minutes, which is well above and beyond the average. And I think even by commissioners who gauged real life scenarios. So this 15 minutes is, even with this 15 minutes, even if you say everybody attends, which is normally never the case, we don't have 100% attendance. Even if you say we don't have any siblings, which is almost never, typically 25% of our census is siblings. And even if you say nobody walks and nobody bikes, but you have 77 cars coming, you're still gonna have plenty of open slots with those 77s, each having 15 minutes. So this gives us a lot more flexibility and the ability to coordinate the traffic. Next slide, please. In addition, we have the app, the Procure app, currently in use across all of our campuses. This is an app that directly communicates with the staff on site if there's any delays or somebody needs to change their time slot or whatnot. They can also discuss that with the staff the morning of in real time. Next slide. Just trying to keep it concise. I'll give it back to Stephanie.
Yeah, great. So we'd just like to end by saying our business adds a lot of value to the families that we serve. So they'd add a lot of value to the Hermosa families, to parents who work, and obviously a quality education and care for children, right, your youngest residents. We want to thank you again for this opportunity to resubmit our project. We hope that you vote in favor for it. And we're here to answer any questions. The whole team is here, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, stay there for a second. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of the applicant?
Yes.
Was that Steve? Okay, Commissioner Zant.
Thank you. Last time and this time, you have said that the average drop-off time was 3 minutes. My colleague and I observed 5 minutes on the street side of your Santa Monica location, and we observed almost 7 minutes at your Venice location. How do you reconcile what we actually saw with 3 minutes? From the time the door opens or the time the car pulls in, the person gets out, they maybe have to pull out the car seat for the child, they go in, they come back out, they back out. Is that the 3 minutes you're referring to? Because I didn't see that at Santa Monica or at Venice.
I'll take that. In the traffic study, initially it says 5 minutes, I believe, the average drop-off.
I saw that in the traffic study, but you just asserted 2 minutes ago that it was 3 minutes.
Well, that's our estimates for this location, but even with the 5 minutes average, we can still accommodate more students than the 77.
I'll also say, all of our schools have gated entries. Those 2 that you visited, they do have gated entries, so parents have to put in a code, in some cases 2 codes, right? So that's safety. I don't know if we have a gated code system in play for this location, but the drop-off like walk is going to be significantly different in Hermosa because of the lineup. As you mentioned, in Santa Monica, we do have an elevator that that's a slow elevator, definitely takes time. And if you're walking from the street, you know, some of those families will park across the street, come across, 14th Street, right? So their commute from their car is going to be really different from Hermosa because you can see where the lineup is. It's much closer. Venice, if you're walking from our parking lot, yeah, that's a bit of a walk from the parking lot, not from the front spots in Venice, right? They're right there. And that's been designated as a drop-off spot since before we inhabited the building. So, but again, there's parking or gate codes and stuff to get in too for that building.
I believe that the last time the app that the parents had, it was touted as being for a way to them actually to check in. This time it's merely a communication device.
No, it's the same. It would be to check in or it would be to communicate something. So the app really functions as multiple functions. One of them is to message the staff directly. And so that's the function that we proposed last session, and it would be the same now. So if a family is slotted to drop off between 7:15 to 7:30, that's their time slot, and God forbid there's an accident or they get stuck, they can message the staff through the app. Instead of calling or going through the regular lines, they can message the staff directly to say, hey, we're 7:15, we're delayed by 20 minutes, can you swap us? Or can we still come in? Or they can configure last minute changes with the drop off and pickup. But the app also does a lot of other aspects of the daily routine.
In the May write-up, it was initially 77 students, possibly going up to 98. The 98 is now disappeared, and this current staff report says a maximum of 77 students. Is that the actual number, or is that the beginning number until things kind of get to flow, and then you would go up from there?
So the accurate number is 77. It is 77. We initially started this project with a different calculation that was 98. We thought we had more parking spaces than the architect came up with. So the initial 98 number changed to 77. So 77 is the accurate number.
Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Okay. And could you identify yourself by name? I'm not sure.
Amir Mikhail, I'm the project applicant.
Okay, yeah. All right, any other questions of the applicant? Vice Chair Hirsch.
The Google Sheets that you presented in your slide tonight, is that a feature that you currently use at any of your other facilities?
We don't use it at any other facilities. The Google Sheet specifically, the app suffices. We just don't have the issues brought forward at the other campuses that the commission feels that we need to address. So for this one, this would be specific for this campus.
At your other facilities, are kids dropped off during certain time frames, or is that specific to this site?
No, every site has a drop-off time period and a pickup time period. That's something that we also, in terms of licensing, the state of California likes to see. They want to kind of see how you're bringing kids in and out from a safety perspective for Title 22. So we have that at all of our campuses.
So like a parent is assigned 7 to 7:15 and at the other facilities, and they have to come 7 to 7:15 unless there's extenuating circumstances?
So yes and no. They don't necessarily have a time slot, but they have, based on age category, specifically like our West LA campus, which is a large campus. That one has specific parking spots for just infants, and also specific time slots for our infant parents to drop off, because they usually take a little bit longer. Like Commissioner said, they have high chairs or strollers and whatnot, whereas the preschoolers are a lot faster. And we allocate certain parking spots just for them because they can come out and quickly and drop off.
My final question for the applicant is, at the last hearing, you guys mentioned, or maybe it was a staff recommendation to have a condition that you had someone outside during pickup and drop-off hours in order to help facilitate getting kids into class safely. Is that something that you do at any of your other facilities, and is that still on the table for this location?
Yes, we can definitely accommodate that for this campus. We do have that at our West LA campus. We have a security guard at our West LA campus that functions as a traffic manager as well. So we have experience with that and how to coordinate our parents. Honestly speaking, parents for the most part, they become part of the routine after their first week and they transition really quickly because their goal is the same, is to keep their children safe and go in and out because they got to go to work. But we do have a staff, and so we have experience in coordinating drop-off and pick-up with somebody outside, and we would be willing to do the same for the Hermosa campus.
Any other questions? Okay, does anyone else have any other questions of the applicant? Commissioner Hoffman, no. Commissioner Flaherty, no. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will now ask, somewhat rhetorically, is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? Remember, you have up to 3 minutes. If you've spoken before, you can't speak again on this item. We will first have any members of the public that are in chambers here that wish to speak, and then we'll go to Zoom. Come on up, sign your name, and tell us what you think. Who wishes to speak on this item?
First off, I want to thank you all for all the time and effort that you put in as part of the Planning Commission. We really appreciate it and know that it's an unthankful job at times. I did write some stuff down, so I'm going to read it. First, my name is Katie Seaman, and I live up on Prospect at 2nd Street. So I support early child care centers, but believe that this site is not the right place for one due to significant safety and circulation concerns at 2nd Street and PCH. I want to speak on a couple of major concerns with this revised plan. The first is this project will basically sandwich residential 2nd Street between two preschools, creating undue burden on a majority one-way residential street. There is already a preschool at OLG on Prospect near 2nd Street. Prospect experiences heavy congestion and queuing during school drop-off and pickup hours as vehicles wait to turn left or right onto Massey. These drop-off and pickup hours coincide with peak commuter traffic who use Prospect as an alternate to PCH. So living right across the street from OLG, I can attest to the difficulty of getting out of my driveway at certain times of the day. Adding a second preschool on the other end of 2nd Street will increase the number of vehicles using Prospect during these peak hours as an alternate route to go west down 2nd. The greatest negative impact is to those residents who live on 2nd and whose only egress is westward on 2nd Street. More critically, increased traffic will put the safety of children at risk who play on this street, including my son. The number of vehicles going the wrong way up 2nd Street will likely increase as agitated drivers seek alternate routes to evade the traffic mess created by this project. I know that there's a lot of traffic going up the wrong way. I'm always careful when I'm going down 2nd. Go slow, it's really hilly because you can't see traffic, cars when they're coming up. The site configuration for a drop-off and pickup zone at this site just does not work. First, there are two driveways within 50 feet of each other, and both are within 100 feet of PCH. Their close proximity to PCH and the narrowness of 2nd Street will increase major traffic queuing on 2nd Street and bleed into the PCH intersection as vehicles block the intersection while turning left onto 2nd. The entry driveway only allows a vehicle to enter from a left-hand turn, and there's only 2 cars that can fit on that eastbound lane, or on the eastbound lane on 2nd, which will lead to backup on 2nd Street and PCH. If a car enters as a right turn, they will need to do a 3-point turn at the site to enter the loading zones, creating more queuing congestion near this intersection. The exit driveway is only 12 feet wide, forcing vehicles making a right turn out to take up both lanes on 2nd to turn. The congestion from exiting the driveway and blocking both lanes on this very short bidirectional portion of 2nd Street will be dangerous for both pedestrians and vehicles. Because of these reasons and others that I've listed in my email, I ask that you please deny the CUP request for this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Katie. Who else would like to speak on this item?
So, is this one working? Yeah, Josh Krasnogor here, 832 3rd Street. I think last time we were here, we talked about square peg in a round hole, and I've kind of expanded on that to kind of give a good analogy to this. I also realized that you guys came and looked at the area. That's good. I can tell you, you know, from living there and whatever time you come, it's different a lot of the times. It's also during the summertime, show up there, you will probably see less people during a rainy day. So just take that into consideration. I know you guys took some time to do that, so that's great. So trying to fit a daycare into this already chaotic traffic is like forcing a square peg into a round hole, except the difference is here, it risks collisions and serious safety hazards for everybody involved. You know, I already sent in, you guys have probably seen it, 3 traffic accidents, 2 of them really serious. One of them was a police car that ran into some girls who were vacationing from New Jersey, T-boned them right at the intersection. That was almost really close to the front of where the preschool is on PCH. There's no barrier there, there's no setbacks. So keep that into mind too. If an accident does happen out there, it's a good chance that's gonna potentially go into the front of the school. So keep that in mind. A couple other things. There was, when I was walking on Saturday, an accident that happened and continued through up to 1st Street. So we're talking in the last 60 days. So you're taking an area that we're seeing more and more accidents happen at a greater frequency, and then we're saying we're gonna add more cars to this area. So that's all about traffic. I think a lot of people have said a lot of things. There's some serious environmental concerns here. I'll tell you that the construction company, the applicant, and the city may be aware of an asbestos distribution that happened. I'm not sure all of you are aware of that, but it's in the record. AQMD shut them down for a month. I stood before you back in May and I said, there's environmental concerns, and tried to let you in on that, tried to let you know that there's asbestos in here. Put the residents first here. I spent $700 testing after that asbestos was dispersed. There's plenty of people, nobody notified them. The city didn't notify them, the applicant didn't notify them, the construction company didn't notify them. That's the kind of people, a fireman that doesn't care about chemicals, and there are chemicals in the ground here. This is an old body shop. Use some common sense. Look at those environmental reports and get the right testing done before you bring children there, because it's not going to be good.
Okay, Josh, thank you for your comments. Does anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? Welcome back.
Good evening, commissioners and neighbors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Pete Brusinos. My wife and I live at 1135 2nd Street. And first I want to say that I know that the applicants are good people. We're all good people here. We care about our city and we care about our kids. I do oppose this plan. Traffic will increase significantly, both on 2nd Street as well as on PCH at this intersection, as you've heard. 2nd Street is just simply inadequate for the increased traffic volume and the parking needs that this project is going to cause, creating a dangerous intersection at PCH and 2nd Street, in addition to creating problems for 2nd Street residents like my family, whose only way out, as was mentioned earlier, is going west and getting out on PCH there. This is a one-way street except for that small section at the bottom, and that's the only way out. We live on 2nd Street. We've lived there for a long time. It's a nice residential street. This proposal, this business is going to turn it into a busy business thoroughfare. Every morning and every evening, Monday through Friday, from here on in. We already have a problem, as was noted by people, about with people driving the wrong way up Second Street, often at high speed, because they want to minimize the transit time and not get a $400 ticket when they get frustrated at the bottom of the street. This is going to only make that worse, without a doubt. Traffic on PCH is also going to get worse. Southbound cars will end up blocking one lane while waiting to turn left onto PCH. From PCH onto Second Street. As cars try to turn to Second Street, they'll block traffic on northbound PCH. As cars block that intersection, if there's any backup going into Second Street, which is going to be inevitable with this situation. And then on northbound PCH, there's going to be added congestion at rush hour every morning and evening as cars line up to turn right onto Second Street to find a place to park and drop off or pick up their kids. This operation is going to negatively impact the quality of life for residents in the area, particularly those living right nearby. The increased activity and the noise is going to negatively impact their lives. I really hope that this is a consideration for all of you as our neighbors. In May, one of you commissioners stated that we needed more daycare facilities in the area. I know that was heartfelt. However, there are quite a few in the area. Just as an example, Beach Babies, Journey of Faith, Ocean View Academy, etc. They're all nearby, and they're all situated at appropriate locations. And finally, what was mentioned a moment ago by Josh, this location was used for many years as an auto body shop by Mick Felder. Some of you may remember him. He was a great guy. Prior to that, it was an auto repair business. And Mick, I remember telling me that that auto repair business dumped used motor oil, brake fluid, paints, all kinds of toxics directly into the ground. It's still there. I cannot imagine leaving babies and toddlers at this location 8 hours a day, day after day. If you lived on our street, would you feel good about this operation going in at the bottom of your street? That's what I ask you. Please consider this as if you lived there. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you today.
All right, thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else from the public wishing to speak on this item that is in chambers? Okay, is there anyone on Zoom that wishes? Okay, I'm sorry. Come on up. If you could tell us your name and town and sign in, we'd appreciate it.
I'm Amy Santa Cruz. My sister lives at the corner of 3rd Street in Hollowell. And I had a couple of things just to mention. First, thank you for going out and looking at what was going on. However, you didn't look, it seems to me like 10 years ago when they were doing that intersection with Caltrans in the city, one of the big things was what are the parents who take their children to school, going down the hill, sitting at that. It was a big deal that the traffic was, there was more traffic during public school time of parents going down 2nd Street and taking their children to school. You didn't see it during school time because you looked at it during summertime. That's just a comment. And then there's a difference between buying your home in an existing neighborhood, raising your family, knowing what you're buying into, and then having it turned around because the preschool's dropped in. An example is I taught at Madison. There's a preschool across the street from Madison in Redondo Beach. We used to have somebody call the school all the time. Oh my God, so much noise. Blah, 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 blah. He chose to buy there. He saw a school across the street and bought there. This is different. This is, to me, totally the reverse. So, thank you very much.
All right, Amy, thank you very much. Yeah, if you haven't signed in, we would love to have you sign in. All right, is there anyone else from the public that is in chambers that wishes to speak on this item that has not already spoken? Going once. Do we have anyone on Zoom that wants to weigh in?
Chair, I show we have 6 hands raised. First, we have Bernie Sentianen.
All right, Bernie, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Can you reset the clock? Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I'm environmental consultant, professional geologist with Enviro Applications. I'm here in support of Amir Mikhail, the project applicant. I'm just here in case of questions regarding specific issues. So I'm going to step back into the background, but I am available if necessary.
Okay, thank you, sir. After the public comment, we do have comments or rebuttal, you might say, from the applicant. So if we need you, we'll patch you in. Thank you. Who is our next speaker on Zoom?
Next, I show Anthony Higgins.
Mr. Higgins, you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Sorry, who was next?
If you could restart the clock.
Yeah, the raised hand indicator was delayed for some reason.
Okay, we can hear you now. Welcome.
Okay, welcome. Just a couple of real quick administrative matters besides the delay that I just experienced. There's no caption button on Zoom. There usually is. When the staff was giving the presentation, we had a big close-up of the person, but the slides were actually in a small little screen where you couldn't read them. And I hope you fix that for the upcoming agenda items. What this project seems like it's still got a lot of loose ends and is a long way from being ready for approval. That's just listening to it. But one area I would like to focus on is the whole idea of a categorical SECA exemption for this project. If you don't have a categorical exemption, you either got to do a mitigated negative declaration or an EIR. Now, to have a categorical exemption, in this case, I believe we have unusual circumstances, and by definition, you can't issue a categorical exemption in that case. The unusual circumstances are the presence of toxins and the potential of that, and the very dangerous intersection. I believe because of that, a categorical exemption should be denied. In terms of the overall project, a fair argument can be made that there will be traffic problems. A fair argument can be made that there could be toxin-related problems, especially given the sensitive receptors to children that will be attending. SECA requires an EIR if a fair argument can be made that there is a potential impact. And even if there is a fair argument that can be made that there isn't, if there is, you're required to do an EIR or issue a mitigated negative declaration. Now, the thing with the MNR, the mitigated negative declaration, is the burden of proof falls heavily on the city. That's why it's not used too often. So I don't think you can issue a categorical exemption based on unusual uses. And I don't think you can issue it based on fair argument that there are toxins and a really unusual dangerous traffic condition. Therefore, you must reject the categorical exemption and do an EIR. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Higgins, thank you very much. Who do we have next?
Next, we have Craig Rogers. Craig Rogers, your 3 minutes will begin once you are unmuted.
Mr. Rogers?
there.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Greg Rogers, I live right up the hill on 2nd Street. I'm just going to try to get through this quickly, but first I want to just make a comment on Commissioner Flaherty's observation about the queuing at the intersection at 2nd Street. I want to just note that the third car in the queue depends on how tightly those cars are bunched up. That third car is going to block their ingress driveway. So for that amount of time, there's going to be a little traffic binding there. Also, he mentioned some of the people made the green. In my experience watching the traffic go down the hill, when people see a green light ahead, they speed up to make the light. So those are just two things to note. So very quickly, I'm just going to speed read my list here of things that I think demonstrate a disregard for the neighborhood and of being good neighbors. So there was insufficient testing of the soil at a site known to have toxic chemicals. They failed to test and remediate asbestos that was found to be present until AQMD stepped in with a stop work order. Failure to protect nearby neighbors from these airborne toxins during demolition. Lack of concern of safety for pedestrians due to there was no construction fencing up during the most heavy demolition in the initial parts of the project. So now to the loading and unloading. At the May hearing, the applicants misled the commission about their app's capabilities. There is no scheduling, as we heard earlier. As far as the loading and unloading flow, they own and operate 4 daycare businesses in the Los Angeles area. And rather than provide actual loading and unloading data from their facilities, they presented theoretical data that relies on a perfect 5-minute per car scenario. In May, I personally visited Children's Journey and logged the drop-off traffic, and it was not at all uniform. It's unrealistic to expect 77 children and their parents to arrive during their allotted 5-minute window, unload and load the children, and exit within that 5 minutes. Deviations from that 5-minute window will result in a cascading effect, cause traffic snarls on 2nd Street and PCH. Also, their plan shows cars in that reverse traffic circle driveway labeled as drop-off queuing. People exiting their cars in that spot are going to block the whole circulation of the traffic until they come back to their car. Also, it was mentioned earlier by one of the local businesses that loading and unloading in O'Kell's parking lot would be allowed. That was just going to create additional foot traffic crossing 2nd Street right at their circulation loop. The applicant seems unwilling to do what is obviously necessary to make this project viable.
Sir, we
And
need,
that is to
Craig,
sir,
your
we
time
need you
is
to
up.
wrap up.
Next, we have Dan Seaman. Dan, your time will begin once you are unmuted.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. You're 3
Okay,
minutes speed
great.
now.
Awesome. So I want to echo a lot of what Craig said, but first off, I want to go towards, so I'm going to go straight to the data of what the applicants presented. And they claimed many families will be bringing their kids to school either walking or a single car usage. And if we go back to the slide, we're not going to do that now, we don't have time, but if you go back to the slide, their estimate of walking to school was 10% and single car usage was 8%. So you don't need to be a math major to put those two together and come up with an 18% rate of what they claim as many. That worries me on all their assumptions that they're making. And they're making many assumptions of the area because they do not know it and they don't live here. They might be a family-owned business. They are not a Hermosa-run business. That's a big red flag that the commission needs to consider. The other big red flag I have is I am a certified system safety engineer at Northrop Grumman in Redondo Beach, right up the road. I live locally in the area by 2nd Street and Prospect. And so I know the area and I've done many safety analysis reports. And I have noted those details to the commission the council and to the public website here. I am shocked that they have not presented a safety mitigation plan other than we're going to repaint the one-way sign. That just proves that they have no clue what the day in the life of the area is. And then the other assumption I'm very concerned about that Craig mentioned as well is that they're assuming a perfect world in a day in the life that they've never lived here in this environment on 2nd Street and Prospect and PCH. Like that is, it's not going to play out how if they're baselining their whole approach on those assumptions, then that adds so much risk to the city. And I'm not talking traffic or congestion. We've talked about that. I believe everybody knows about that. I'm concerned about safety for the children. And I was shocked to even hear that they weren't even planning on having somebody escort the children from across the street to the center.
We need you to wrap up.
I have 3 minutes, correct?
Yeah, to my count, you've had your full 3 minutes plus
Okay.
a little bit. We appreciate it.
There's
All right. It looks like Cynthia Fernberg is up next on Zoom, correct?
Yes, Cynthia, your 3 minutes will begin once you are unmuted.
Cynthia, welcome. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. We will restart the
Okay.
clock at
Can
3
you-
minutes.
Keep the clock on the screen the whole time?
I-
Is there a way to put the clock up for me, like you guys used to do? I'll
no-
let you work on that, and I'll keep talking. So I live on 2nd and Hermosa, and so the first issue is with the daycare code, which requires that the operator consider the surrounding uses, and you've got so many odd things happening in this location. The unsafe double light intersection, the one-way street, the 2 blind hills, the no turn on red, bottleneck entrance, parking only on one side of the street, and the short left-hand turn lane on PCH turning east. So then you have CEQA issues because of all these unusual circumstances. It's not exempt. Also, the hazardous waste. You have a report that shows no testing was done in the playground area where there is a drain, where you know that all these toxic chemicals were going down the drain. We tried to have it tested by the Department of Toxic Substance Control, and the city blocked it and discouraged it, said it was all clean. So if you can't get it tested, then you can't get it listed. Once it's listed with that agency, it's not CEQA exempt. Well, if the city is stopping that from happening, it's not a good look, and you can't say that it's CEQA exempt. Now, as far as looking at the site, how it is now is not relevant. What you have to consider is 77 cars coming from 8 to 8:45. Yes, it's working right now. There's not business there right now. But if you've got 77 cars coming from 8 to 8:45, they are not going to magically come from 7 to 10. My husband checked the other site. No one comes at 7 o'clock. No one's coming at 9:45. They got to get to work. So, and Applicant said they open at 7:30, but then their chart says they're going to open it at 7. Nothing matches up. And you don't have a proper public traffic study or parking study. Even staff didn't recommend approval of this, so you can't approve it without a proper parking study. So additionally, let's see, the problem with the new plan, you guys continued this to get a decent plan, and now we've got this rat's nest of a backwards circle of 1 lane queuing back into 2nd with loading in the queuing lane. Anyone that parks there, it's not queuing anymore. There is no egress. That just undid the egress that you guys asked for. This is a joke. It's like embarrassing. So the proper thing to do is to have egress on PCH. I
You have
recommend
about
that.
5 seconds left.
I recommended that in May, and I gave you a proposed plan in mind that showed how you can open it up and have the egress on PCH. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We appreciate your comments. Do we have anyone else on Zoom?
Yes, next we have Mike Tradle. Mike, your 3 minutes will begin once you are unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, your 3 minutes begins now. Welcome.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for having us here and listening to all of the concerned citizens. I live at the top of 2nd Street near Prospect. I have 2 children, a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old. So me and my wife are very familiar with dropping off and picking up at daycare. We go to Beach Babies on Artesia and Aviation. It's at least 5 minutes, if not more. And Beach Babies has a pretty efficient route, but it still gets backed up all the time. People will park at Chick-fil-A across the street and have to walk across, which is a little bit dangerous. And I imagine it's even more dangerous at this intersection here at PCH and 2nd Street. I think I'm just going to kind of reiterate what everyone else has said. It's a really awkward intersection and kind of dangerous. You know, when you're leaving 2nd Street to make a right on the PCH, you cannot make a right at a red light. It has to turn green before you can make a right-hand turn. People get T-boned all the time because you have these 2 intersections close together. When people are going north on PCH, they're basically looking at 2 separate streetlight signals very close together, and often they'll confuse them and they'll blow through a red light thinking that it's a green one because they see the other light. Hence all the accidents. Right next to where you're gonna have children on top of a chemical dump. And then you have people going the wrong way up a very hilly 2nd Street. There's 2 key hills on the street, and both are, I'm not sure what the technical term is, but blind hills where you can't really see what's on the other side, making it extremely dangerous. And for many people on 2nd Street, that intersection at PCH at the bottom of the hill is their only way out. It's already congested just because of the nature of the intersection. And then if you put a daycare, it's just going to get more congested. It's not convenient for us, and we don't think it's safe. So we please ask the commissioners to vote no on this plan. I concede the rest of my time.
All right, thank you, Mike. We appreciate it. Looks like Michael Glassman is up next. When we unmute you, your 3 minutes starts, sir. Are you there? Mr. Glassman?
You've been unmuted.
Thank you for unmuting me. So first off, thanks for your consideration. I did send a detailed email prior to the May meeting and this meeting as well, but wanted to touch on a few relevant points. I live way up the street at 101 2nd Street. Arguably, if there was not a large traffic impact, it wouldn't bother me at all. But let's start on a few points. Let's start with bias. I saw bias, and everyone who was at the last meeting saw bias. Respectfully, commissioners, you can't declare that you're not biased and just turn it off. If you're biased, you're biased. We all saw it. You heard a lot about traffic accidents and some about wrong way driving. I can tell you that I've even seen Hermosa community officers and United States Post Office workers go up the wrong way up the street. And when I asked them about it and took pictures, boy, were they shocked. What you can expect what we're already seeing. Expect illegal U-turns, expect cars to park across the street where people are going to walk up from CBS, expect cars to go the wrong way, expect more traffic, not only on 2nd Street, but going up on 3rd Street as well. That's the bottom line. Expect people to break the rules. I know if I was trying to get somewhere, we've all seen people blow through those red lights. It's not going to get any better. Needless to say, you can't trust a traffic flow study that's funded by the applicant. It needs to be an independent. I appreciate the traffic flow that the commissioners reviewed. As you've heard before, it was done in the summer. The count was 60 plus cars in that time frame. That would mean, based on adding another 77, we'd more than double the amount of traffic, and we haven't even accounted for the fact that during the school year, there's significantly more traffic to begin with. So it's probably you're probably looking at 3x what you saw, conservatively speaking. This is not, this is not the only commercial land in the area. If the applicant wants the daycare in Hermosa, why not get an appropriate site that doesn't have all this baggage of inappropriate parking, inappropriate feeder streets, not enough traffic flow, and then the hazardous waste dumping that went on for decades. The other items that were addressed by the commissioners at the last meeting, and they haven't been corrected. These are the reasons why it was going to be denied with that. If it weren't for bias continuing it, was there's the obstacle of the one-way street, no turn on red, surrounding street traffic and obstacles, the need for an independent study, and as stated multiple times, the round hole square peg. The only way daycare works at this location is if they develop an appropriate building and parking that makes better use of the space. Those were the notes from the last meeting. I'm also going to give back time to the rest of the group and appreciate your consideration.
All right, thank you. Everyone gets up to 3 minutes to use as they wish. It looks like we have Elizabeth Harsh up next. When you're unmuted, your 3 minutes will begin. Welcome. Elizabeth? Elizabeth, are you there? She has been unmuted. All right. Last call for Elizabeth Harsh. Everything appears to be working on our end, so I don't know if you're muted or... Are there any other callers Zoomers that we can go to, or... There's a collective hush in the room as we work through this.
Next, we have Isa. Nope. Isa also put her hand down.
Okay.
Elizabeth, are you with us?
All right.
Elizabeth, do you have yourself muted?
All right, I'm going to give another few seconds. I'm not sure what to do. It sounds like we're doing everything. Elizabeth, if you wish to speak, you got to unmute. We'd love to hear what you have to say. It appears that we will not hear those words. Do we have anyone else that wishes to speak that's on Zoom? We'd love to hear from him.
We have Isa. Isa, if you're with us.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, who's speaking?
Yeah, this is Isa.
Okay, Isa, your 3 minutes begins now. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for your time. Thank you so much for bringing this idea of putting together daycare. And even though I am a mom, I have like a 6-year-old girl and a 3-year-old boy. It will be extremely convenient for me just to walk and drop my kids. I do have to admit, I'm extremely concerned, not just because of the asbestos and also because of the increase of traffic, but also it occurred to me that I don't know why you guys consider that it's a good idea to open a daycare next to a facility such as St. Roch. Besides the traffic that is going to generate for Thursdays and Fridays during the concerts, it also generates an image for kids being surrounded by sometimes like loud music and even alcohol intake. So I do have to admit, currently I'm taking my kids to a different daycare, and you even analyze that this type of businesses, they really consider the surroundings and the environment. What are the type of conditions that the kids are being raised, not just for the infrastructure, which here we don't have on 2nd Street, but also for the type of restaurants and businesses that are aligned with the values. So I do have to admit, I do appreciate the idea of bringing that here, but I don't consider this is the proper environment because of the infrastructure and also being next to a facility such as St. Roch. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Issa. We don't have Issa's last name apparently. Do we have any other speakers on Zoom? I'm not seeing them.
I see no hands raised. If you are joining the meeting by phone, please remember to dial *9 to unmute yourself and *6 to raise your hand. No hands are raised.
All right, given that, we will, at this point, ask the applicant if you wish to make any further statements of response or rebuttal before the public comment portion of the hearing is closed. And I might add that our commissioners may have questions for you as well.
So a couple of points I wanted to address. The daycare use is the least impactful use we can have there. A retail use would add 65 cars per day, more than a daycare use, and that's documented in a traffic study. So I just want to make this clear. The use itself, the proximity to residential area would reduce the number of cars in the neighborhood, the daily commutes for parents to drive around town, and would essentially reduce traffic overall in the city. The environmental, I believe it's been addressed before. We have no further action report. We even went further to the air testing, and that came clear. And it was tested against children, the most sensitive group. So we have done that. We're not required to do it, but we have done so. In addition to that, we, as Amir and Stephanie mentioned, we care about, the community. The last thing we want is any negative impact, whether it's traffic, whether it's environmental, and we've done everything possible to make sure that everything is secured. Other than that, I don't have anything to add. If you have any questions for me.
I have a question. Explain to me what's going on there right now in terms of the sort of, some of the renovation work on the building.
So we pulled the core and shell renovation permit. There was a shed in the back that we're rebuilding. There's some minor improvements, including like concrete slab, some grading, but it's mainly core and shell components.
Okay. And specific to some of the comments about asbestos, which I assume we're speaking about during some of this deconstruction work, what can you say about that?
So we've received a certificate of completion for removing asbestos in some portion. There was some asbestos in the roof that was discovered. It was removed properly by professionals with a permit, and we received a certificate of completion for removing that. And we shared it with staff.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Isant, you have questions of the applicant?
Thank you, Chair Peterson. Environmental applications back in 2020 with one of their subcontractors, did the review of the area and then did the mitigation. You also now have a December 4th letter from them that essentially says that no further work or testing or mitigation needs to be done. A number of folks have said, well, wait a minute, what about the cement patio where the children are going to play? I don't recall seeing, and maybe I missed it because it was like 141 pages of the original report. I don't recall seeing any report on whether or not that area was tested.
So I can't speak to that. I don't know if we have Bernie on the call.
Yeah.
He would be more qualified to answer that.
If we could unmute Bertie, I would appreciate it.
Bernie, you've been unmuted.
Hello. We have not tested the yard. The previous consultant, I think their name was Geo Forward, tested those areas of the site, including some near that lower area where the playground's going, did testing in that area. We have not conducted any testing. We followed up on their recommendations for additional work, And that's what led to the remedial excavation that occurred inside the building.
Sir, just a follow-up question of clarification. I understand that you have not, but did the prior company that did the work back in 2020, did they do any evaluation of that area?
I will have to pull up their report and look exactly on. There are locations in that general vicinity, but I couldn't tell you exactly where the samples were collected. I'd have to go back and review the report. I can either follow up with you or I can mute myself and come back on in a minute when I have that data in front of me.
Chair, this is a critical item that a number of folks have raised. If we could take the time to allow this gentleman to mute himself and do a quick deep dive if possible. I don't want to wait till another meeting.
Okay. Well, let me stall for time by asking a great question. Comments to the applicant, comments were raised about the revision of the traffic study or traffic and parking study and sort of the adequacy of it, or maybe some challenges with that. Would you care to speak on that, specific to what you presented and what you presented within the time that you had allowed?
Sure. So we discussed this with our consultant team, and they feel strongly that the previous study is adequate. Nothing has changed in terms of operations, number of students, in terms of number of cars. All we did is just we added an additional component to make the circulation much easier. So we haven't changed anything else in the study, and he added an addendum to his previous findings just for the fact that we added an additional 4 spaces. But nothing else has changed, so I discussed it with him personally. He doesn't feel like there's anything else needs to be changed. The number of students is the same, hours are the same. All the findings has not changed, except we added an additional components as a result of the previous hearing.
Okay, understood. Bernie, do you have first? I feel like I should be calling you Mr. something, but do you have any?
You can call me Bernie. I'm looking at the previous investigation report. I do not see samples in the outdoor yard, if that's what you're referring to.
Yes, that's the area that I'm referring to.
No, sampling was limited to the actual workshop areas, drains, where the cars were worked on inside the building.
Okay. Commissioner Arzant, do you have any other questions of the applicant?
I do not. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Vice Chair Hirsch, questions of the applicant?
Quick question, a follow-up environmental question. Applicant mentioned that the testing was for levels associated with children, and I just want to get clarification from applicant or applicant's rep, because the report says it was cleaned up to commercial standards. When we say children, are we assuming school or residential or some threshold that's higher than commercial?
So I'll have Bernie explain that, but we did an additional testing specifically for children, and that was more recent than the report you saw. And Bernie, if you don't mind, just go over this quickly.
Yeah, we did testing in December of last year in the building itself. That is indoor air sampling, because when we look at what are the pathways of risk for anyone occupying the building, child, adult, and so forth, the pathways are soil. Are you going to eat it, or are you going to get it on your skin? Water, that is the groundwater beneath the building, or the air inside the building. And in this case, the primary pathway is the air inside the building. So we tested the air inside the building over a period of 8 hours continuously inside the building, and also exterior of the building along PCH to provide a background level for the testing. And the testing essentially was identical between the two. The levels inside the building, you understand this building has an open cupola and is in good communication with outdoor air. So it's not surprising that it's similar. So it was exactly, almost identical from the exterior to the interior of the building, and the levels were similar. So it was essentially breathable air in the Hermosa Beach, and no different, no elevated levels of a contaminant related to any particular use on site.
I just want to try and drill down a little bit further. I realize that you can't speculate, but I'm going to ask you to speculate anyway. For that outdoor area, it probably had a number of drains that were used for if it was raining, and they would maybe dump into not a sanitary sewer, but some kind of a water carrier that would get off. Just based on what's the level of risk that over the years either somebody poured some stuff down there, or at least just there was a lot of stuff that just naturally sort of flowed down there? And is there any way to somehow easily mitigate that, or test it, or cement it over? I just kind of want to pursue this topic as far as I can, and I realize I'm asking for some observations and speculation.
Yeah, any exterior drain structure like that, if it's still present, can be mitigated by plugging it and covering it. What you want to do is mitigate any potential exposure. So I'm not sure what the plan calls for in that particular area. If the drain can be removed and covered, that would solve that issue in terms of contact with any of the kids that are out there, if that's a concern.
Chair Peterson, that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Follow-up question for staff, perhaps Director Tai. We're hearing a lot of conversation around, asbestos or oils leaking or whatever. To what extent for a project like this do we give them give the applicant very specific direction on what and when and where to test, and how adequate is what they've presented? Because there's a lot here, and I'm just trying to understand it within some framework for approval or not, adequacy or not.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Chair Peterson. And I'll start off with a broad answer for development in general, and then I'll turn it over to Planning Manager Oropeza for the project-specific answer. As a matter of course of development, whether it's a building permit only or whether it is something that ends up before the Planning Commission in this fashion, any required remediation will need to be done to the building as part of the construction. Typically, the identifiers are in some sort of environmental assessment. And you've commonly heard the term the phase 1 and the phase 2 environmental assessments. Typically, a phase 1 is a superficial level assessment, and then if signs point to, a deeper need to a need to study deeper, and then that progresses to a phase 2. And once anything is identified, there are required remediation steps that need to be taken. And this pertains across all levels of the property, be it above ground, be it below ground. And so we will have projects coming in just to obtain building permits, a remodel of an apartment building, for example, or just a remodel of a commercial building for even retail purposes, that we commonly will encounter the need to remediate, and then the requirement to remediate is part of the building permit. So then I can defer to Alexis to elaborate on the specific project materials that pointed to what steps need to be taken and how that relates to the Planning Commission's analysis.
Thank you, Carrie. So this applicant initially provided a remedial summary, which you were provided. In addition to that, they supplemented that with the phase 1 and the phase 2 assessments, showing the remediation, showing where the locations of the borings were taken. Staff does not prescribe that. That's based on best practice by the professional. I will say that within the outdoor area, there is a boring sample that was taken beneath what was a paint booth in that area. So in what is generally the outdoor playground, there was sampling there. So again, staff doesn't prescribe it. They're following professional protocol and best practices and remediating according to that. We have the studies showing that it was remediated. In addition, we did receive air samples as the applicant indicated as further documentation.
Okay, and were this project to be approved and construction begin, it's entirely possible that if additional problems were located, those that would obviously have to be corrected beyond what we can tell at the scope of the consideration.
That is correct. If by chance during the scope of the work they found additional contamination or something, that would happen in due course, whether there was an entitlement or not.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Peterson,
yes.
Just a question of clarification. Did I understand you to say that there were some samples that were taken in the yard?
It is in the general area of the there's that perimeter wall that goes to the property line on 2nd Street. So there previously was a paint booth kind of in the southwest corner of that yard. And so there was a sampling in that general area.
And do we know what the sample showed?
I don't have that up, no. I can tell you the report overall, the site was remediated. I don't have that particular data at the moment.
Thank you.
Does the applicant want to tag on to that?
I just want to add that phase 1, phase 2 reports are thousands of pages. So it's very tough for anyone to sit and, memorize all this information. All I can say is, remediation took place based on the testing. And Alexis is correct. There has been testing in the open yard where the paint booth used to be. I think Bernie's thinking about maybe, the existing paint booth was excluded from that area, but that's part of the open yard. So there has been sampling of that area and all remediation has been done properly.
All right, Commissioner Arzant, do you have any further questions?
No, Chair.
Commissioner Hurst, I believe you're good. Commissioner Hoffman, Commissioner Flaherty, I haven't heard from you in a while. How you doing down there? Do you have any questions of the applicant?
Here we go.
There you go.
First of all, during your traffic study that involved both on-site movement of cars and in and out, but also mentioned places like the left-hand turn southbound from PCH into 2nd Street. Did your traffic engineer consult Caltrans or even look at the manual that's in the controller there?
I believe that was referenced. He did use, I forgot the handbook. There's a governor's handbook that was used
Insight
as a reference. Yeah.
Okay. So his reports, even though he has a program of his own that is certified to set those stats, he looked at the exact controller manual that operates that.
Exactly. He used VMT measures as well as the governor guidelines for traffic calculations.
Did he consult with any Caltrans engineering?
I believe he used their standards. There's no direct consultation needed, unless like right now we're doing an encroachment permit with Caltrans and we're in direct contact with them. So we have been working with them for months, and I believe they approved our permit about a week ago. So there has been, to answer your question, there have been some consultation with Caltrans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? All right, I thank you. I'll now close the public comment portion of this hearing and bring the matter back to the commission for discussion and deliberation. So I don't know who wishes to start us off. Of course, eventually we'll have a motion and we will debate the motion, but At this point, I'm curious if anyone has thoughts on this and wishes to kick it off. Commissioner Hoffman, you want to?
Sure, I can.
I don't know where it is. Oh, you got it.
There's a lot. A couple of comments, just general in terms of, given we've been on this for an hour and a half now. The first thing I guess I would say is, apparently in spite of the perception of some of the members of the public, those of us that are on the commission seek desperately to get the input of the kind that we got today. Both the organization, I know Josh and some of the others that were not present or no longer present here, it's not something that we are, I don't know what the right word is. The perception apparently is that somehow we resist or are dissatisfied. No, it's exactly the opposite. As the chair mentioned earlier, we've devoted a lot of time to trying to serve the community on this commission, and it's enlightening and heartening and encouraging, to me at least, to all of us when we get a public concern about an issue like this. But I would also note, was mentioned a couple of the comments where I don't even know why you would consider this or why you would say, we didn't, all right? The thing that's important to recognize, the community is comprised of both those of us who live here, but it's also comprised of those who operate businesses, who own commercial properties and so forth. And the interest of this commission, the goal of this commission is to ensure that the rights of both groups are equally represented. The people that purchased or that are developing this property or are proposed to develop this property, they have an entitlement to do that. That's part of the zoning entitlement, is allows a daycare center. However, the exceptional, extraordinary circumstance that brings us to this hearing is that that's one of the uses that, while it is permitted with a conditional use permit. And that gives us an opportunity to address the kind of special conditions that have come up here. We're talking about a school, we're talking about children, or daycare, we're talking about children. In the same way that, ironically, this very same site was proposed for a Starbucks not that long ago. Most of you are familiar with that. The only reason that it came in front of us, there by right, it can have a Starbucks there, but with a conditional use permit. We decided as a group that the development that was proposed by that Starbucks, because of its traffic pattern, was inappropriate. We're now back almost in the same situation again, dealing with a permit. And it's interesting, the conditional use permit, I don't think everybody realizes, a lot of what the conditional use permit in this case does is try to ensure that the children who are at the school are protected from noise from the external sources. This is right on PCH. The mitigation that would be involved if this project is approved is to install windows of a certain sound transmission class and so forth. It's not designed to protect the neighbors from the noise of children, which is a bit ironic when you think about you live a half a block from PCH with 3,000 cars an hour going by, but rather it's to protect the school. But on the other hand, it's also because there are children involved. And in this case, you know, my fellow commissioners have brought up some other issues here. I'm going to skip to the only one to the one that's the critical one for me. And that is, it relates to the traffic conditions. And when I say that, we addressed this item, 2 months ago? And when we brought this up 2 months ago, my hope, when it was decided to continue this item, is that we gave clear enough direction to the applicants to recognize that this project, as it was proposed to us initially, is not going to be approved. And it's not going to be approved because we do or don't like children, because we do or don't like daycare centers. Because, I don't even want to be facetious about some of the accusations that were made earlier about us. But the problem is this is a peculiar location. As I mentioned, and all of us have been up there, had to scamper out of St. Rock late at night a few times myself. You can't cross PCH without crossing two streets. You've got to go across 2nd Street, one side or the other. The intersection or the crosswalk is on the south side of the intersection. You just can't cross that street. Someone mentioned earlier the situation with the competing daycare center up off of across the street from Chick-fil-A. Well, if you park in Chick-fil-A and run across the street there, you're running across a relatively benign street when Chick-fil-A is not busy. But that's not the situation if we're trying to cross PCH. Nobody's going to park in CVS with a 2-year-old with a child in a stroller, whatever, and try and race across the street to get them there. The proposal that was in, this is very gracious. I mean, this is a good example of a community coming together. O'Kell's offer to allow their use of their parking lot is wonderful. However, it implies then, let's be honest, that people are going to be jaywalking, for lack of a better term. The parking lot's set back from PCH. Nobody's going to walk out to the corner, go across at the intersection, and then walk back to take their kids when they've parked on the east side of that O'Kell's lot and run across. And so you're creating another kind of a hazard with a jaywalking hazard there. My hope, I think it was the hope of all of us, that when this application came back to us, that there would be a different circulation pattern that would eliminate a lot of these problems. Now, I'm not a traffic engineer, and this is part of what makes me unable to look at what's been presented to us in the revision here and make a determination. But my initial reaction when I saw the revised, the addendum to the circulation, that's an improvement, but the cars are going the wrong direction. Why would you have the cars take a left turn right off of PCH into to the drop-off area, proceed to the east, and then come back around? Doesn't that make, I create my own, what's the right term? I've got to negotiate a left-hand turn after making a right or left-hand turn off of PCH to get into the driveway, but the cars that have already preceded me are coming. It just, and again, my initial reaction, that's backwards. What I looked for, and I think it was obvious from my question of our planning manager earlier, did we get what was the timing here? Why didn't we get a revision from a professional traffic engineer explaining why that would be a better alternative than what intuitively to me looks like it's the opposite? Somebody referred to it here as what, a reverse circle? Well, that's sort of what it is. The other, a couple of the applications, we've got so many comments, but several people showed, not only suggested, but showed how, what would have to be done to bring traffic onto the property, say at the east end, take it around and take it off on the north side on, just directly onto PCH. I don't know why that wasn't proposed. I would have loved to have seen some alternatives and analysis of that. We're dragging this on. Plain and simple, I'm disappointed. And let me make one final comment, and it was made by a couple of people earlier, including the applicant. There are 100 different uses that are entitled, that property is entitled by its zoning, that can operate there, that are going to have a much greater traffic impact, are going to bring more trips per hour, a different, there's a million things that are worse than the traffic pattern that will be generated here. The numbers actually, here's the other mistake that I think is being made in some cases, including my own. There's a difference between the present and the future with the project and the present without, you see, the project, and to compare the kind of the gross difference. What's going to be there when there's a liquor store that doesn't require a CUP? They're going to have a much greater traffic impact than this daycare center is going to have with 77 kids. And we're going to have no control over that at all, because it won't be, it'll be done by right. It's not a CUP required kind of a project, and there are a million other examples. But as it is, for me, this is simply not a pattern that, as it's presented to us tonight, with the absence of an analysis that convinces me that intuitively I'm wrong, that the traffic pattern flow should go from east or from west to east, not east to west on the property. I simply can't support the project because there are kids involved, because of the kids and the way, and it's not just children. This isn't a school, as was pointed out. These aren't kids that I can open the door and let them out and they'll run across. These, in some cases, are non-walking infants, babies, if you will. Mom and dad, their mom or somebody's got to take them into in the whole process, simply for me, unfortunately, as it's laid out. And I say unfortunately. It seems to me like great business operators. It seems like they have successful schools. We do need child care centers and opportunities. Yes, we have some. Somebody accused somebody here of being a capitalist tonight. I hate to say it, I'm a capitalist. I'm pre-market. Yeah, we should have competing daycare centers. Let them offer a better product than someone else. But at this point, given what's in front of me, I can't approve this process, this project.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Commissioner Flaherty, do you wish to weigh in?
Sure. When Steve and I took our trips both at 2nd Street and then up to Santa Monica and the area to look at the process, I was pretty impressed actually with the way the parents loaded in and loaded out. They were very calm. The children were happy to see one another. You could see that in the whole operation. I thought that was well done. You could see people on their cell phones as they were approaching, like they were using the app. So it was a well done program. But both of those sites that we saw up and farther north don't represent the type of site that this one is. I've had 40 years on that street. Wasn't living there, but I helped build the barricades. I maintained Moondust Park. I did the street. I restriped the street when it went one way. So I think this is an opportunity for people to live on 2nd Street, especially the 2/3 that live below, the ability to, as one resident wrote in her email, escape 2nd Street. This is an opportunity to reassess whether they want to continue a one-way street. The couplet on 3rd Street kind of works out that way. I had one-way streets in my neighborhood, and within weeks, went from 2 one-way streets to one-way street. Our blockades were at 29th and 28th Street. They're still closed off, but the citizens didn't like it. I'm not saying that this is an opportunity to do anything other than confirm that one-way street is the appropriateness for the 2/3 of those people who don't have the ability to get out any other way, or modify, as an example, you could have a modification and have 2 ways traffic above the barricade and keep the barricade from operating. You can close the whole street down that 14th Street did when they had problems with PCH and so on and so forth. But as it sits today, my observation over not just 4 hours sitting there counting cars is that, as Pete, I'll reiterate with Pete, it's just too confusing. I'm disappointed that Caltrans wasn't brought into the picture by the developer at a greater rate, because Caltrans has done more work in the south end of PCH than any other spot in Hermosa. Between the airport and into Redondo, there's only 2 non-regulated crosswalks, and they're at 1st and 3rd. There's only one regulated with a red light in the entire PCH from the airport south, and that's in Hermosa. All those were done without the city of Hermosa Beach. It wasn't a public works engineer. It was the citizens in that area that asked Caltrans to do it, and they followed through. We were blown out of the water when Caltrans started putting in non-regulated crosswalks. Could not believe it, considering that we had pedestrians killed up on PCH. So, that being said, I'm dismayed that we haven't had a closer contact with Caltrans to up the game at 2nd Street by looking at, well, if they're inconsistent with their signs, as they proved to me over the last 14 years at that intersection, they don't know whether to put a no right turn sign or a no U-turn sign. And I'm sure that was one of the thoughts I had when I saw no sign. Did they remove the right-hand no right turn on red regulation? I mean, that's a policy. It's not just a maintenance man putting up a sign. So, and my thought would be that Caltrans, what if they increased the green light as you queued up the 7 cars? They're going to be one with an opening for an egress into the lot and 4 more behind the barricade. Why weren't they why wouldn't we be able to deal with Caltrans and see if they would at least consider that? They considered all those other projects in the south end of town. No other spot on Hermosa, in Hermosa Beach, has Caltrans spent that much time. That being said, like Pete, I can't support this project, so thank you.
Okay, I appreciate your comments. Vice Chair Hirsch, do you wish to speak?
Sure. I guess I came to tonight's meeting a little bit, well, I didn't think I was confused, but now I'm confused because I don't see any action or recommendation from staff in the report. So it seems like the application as it was presented to us was basically incomplete. Because there were some unresolved items that I think that the public has brought up, that the staff has brought up, and that the commission is now talking about as well, that I think would need to be addressed. You know, the applicant has shown a new site plan, which I think tries to address some concerns brought up by the neighborhood in terms of traffic flow. I think that with staff, with commission, my fellow commissioners, it seems backwards in terms of the flow of cars, and I wonder how that's actually impacting the traffic, but I don't know because there's no updated traffic report in order to address that. I do appreciate the effort that the applicant has made to try and address some of the concerns. I just think that there's work to still be done and more analysis to be done, and not necessarily to convince us all that this is the right plan, but to study whether this is the right plan to address the neighborhood's concerns. So I don't know if this is time for a question, but I did not come to this meeting tonight thinking that we were going to be taking an up or down action on the project. I thought we might be saying, here's things that we need to consider if we were going to consider this going forward. So that's my comments for now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Arzant.
Thank you, Chair. I'm perhaps a little more hopeful than my colleagues. For me, it boiled down to really 2 areas. On the environmental side, the issue of the children's play area. It was clear to me that proper inspection and remediation had been done for all the interior areas. Based on what I've heard tonight, samples for the paint booth were taken. Sounds like no remediation was needed. If some is needed, it sounds like it's a fairly simple solution. So from that standpoint, on the CEQA and the EIR side, I think it is exempt from CEQA, and I don't think an EIR is needed. So now we go over to the traffic side. Again, I will stress that the 4 hours that Commissioner Flaherty and I spent observing traffic might be different than the other 260 days. But I don't think it's substantially different, is my gut reaction. Yes, school was not in, but would school add a third more cars, perhaps? I don't think it's going to add many more. Let's go back to the numbers. Out of 88 observations over the 4 hours, 22 times there were no cars waiting to turn right or left. There was one car 45 times, 2 cars 19 times. Out of the 88 observations, there were only 2 times when there were 3 cars. So that tells me that this signal has capacity for additional cars. Now, I'm not a traffic expert, so I don't know if this new path of 3 cars going in on the west side and out on the east side, maybe that's not the right way, but it's not all that hard, and that's what paint's for, to restripe it and have them go the other way. So from that particular standpoint, and again, Mike and I watched the other 2 drop-off areas. And each one was different, and this one's different. It's the classic, water does seek its own level. After a couple of weeks, parents are going to know where and how to drop off. Are some of them going to park over in CVS? Yeah, but that's the American way, Pete. That's the freedom of choice. Are some of them going to park in O'Kell's? Probably. This project, though, I will admit, should stand on its own, not count on O'Kell's or CVS, but that's what's going to happen. So from that perspective, I think we ought to give them a chance. Now, I am a little, it says resolution, whatever it is, 2318 or whatever else, but there's no language, CUP. But I guess I'm more enthusiastic about the capacity to manage the traffic, and that the adults driving the kids will figure it out.
All right, thank you. I guess given some of the comments that have been made so far, just a quick question to staff. I mean, my presumption was that we would come here and have an up or down vote on their request for a CUP. Is that, what are our possible actions tonight? I just want to make sure we're all clear.
Thank you for that question. And yeah, just to summarize, because the staff analysis of the revised site plan could not be completed due to insufficient information to analyze it. Staff does not have a recommendation for the commission tonight. And therefore, if the Planning Commission wishes to provide direction to staff to return at a subsequent meeting with a resolution in one way or another, that would be appropriate. It would also be appropriate for the Planning Commission to provide direction to staff and the applicant on follow-up actions or materials that are to return at that subsequent meeting. If the Planning Commission wished to take action tonight, the Planning Commission would have to make findings and state them to staff so that we understand the basis upon which the commission has made those findings to support whatever decision the commission wishes to make. Thank you.
Okay, so we could, in essence, vote on it tonight and then have a resolution brought back to the next meeting, as we often do.
You could, but you would have to state findings upon which you made that decision.
Okay. We've had a lot to consider tonight. We try to separate people from issues. I appreciate it anytime someone comes in our community and tries to start a business. And it must be hard sometimes to hear some pretty direct language about how it stacks up. We do appreciate investment or potential investment in our community, and then we have to do our job to decide what is the best course of action. In no particular order, to Commissioner Hoffman's point, we're here to discuss this because certain elements of this project require a vote of this commission. There are developments that could be put in there that could be handled ministerially without a vote of us and may not be any less intense. So that is out of our hands, but it is something to think about. There was a comment made that delaying this, continuing this item for 3 months was somehow sort of preferential to the client the applicant, when a no vote seemed imminent. The reality is we can vote a project down and then the next day they can come in and reapply to some degree and reapply again. So we've granted that courtesy to others that wish to go back and make changes to their project, which were discussed at the last time. And I don't think that the burden of, the hurdle has been met, the burden of proof has been met. I still think there are traffic issues there. I was out, I'm by that site a fair amount. I was out there earlier in the week. What struck me was, 2nd Street is a long one-way street down that hill. And so there's a tremendous number of folks that are really burdened. If you're up toward the top of the hill, you're past any right turn and you're a law-abiding citizen on one-way streets, you have a tough hurdle. If it was a two-way street, if there were more cutoffs, et cetera, it would be a different story. But that's just something that is hard for me to overcome. And I would also say that the traffic flow sort of backwards looping around through, I don't know that there's a better way to do it. I know there were comments that if it went west instead of east, that would be different. It would be different, but it doesn't rise to the level of just flipping the arrows and having it magically look better. I just have a lot of problems with this. I indicated that at the last hearing in May, and that to me, for me to vote yes on it, there would have to be significant changes like, moving the building to the back, having traffic flow from 2nd Street to PCH. That would make something worth considering. Would I vote yes on that? I don't know, but it would have to be of that magnitude. And then understanding what the traffic flow looked like. So with that, I don't intend to support the project. I mean, my preference, out of deference to residents who have been here and all that we've heard, would be to have an up or down vote on this tonight, or provide findings to staff specific for resolution at our next meeting. So those are my comments. So I'll now turn to staff again. So we could entertain a motion to deny this, which would require specific findings as to why we're denying it, or a motion to approve. Help me out here.
Yes, you could make a decision to deny or approve. You would would give staff the direction to return with a resolution to memorialize that decision, and you would state findings of fact to support that decision so that staff would be able to incorporate that into that resolution to be brought back.
Okay, and findings are our common sense observation about the project, or it's in some specific legal form and burden that we have to meet?
Finding is anything that's tangible, anything that you can see, touch, read, that's a reality. Finding it has to be a fact.
Fair enough. All right. With that, the floor is open. Would someone care to make a motion? No?
Seems to me that Steve offered the more positive alternative. It might make sense to start.
Steve, do you wish to make a motion or provide direction?
Well, so I've got mixed feelings about what direction to provide. On one hand, if the project as it stands right now can't gain approval, we just shouldn't drag it out. On the other hand, if there are other alternatives, such as Chairman Peterson suggested, in terms of traffic that would come in on 2nd Street and loop around the front and go back out on PCH, that the applicant would consider, that would reduce his interior square footage, but would certainly probably meet with less resistance from those who were concerned about traffic flow. So those to me seem to be the two alternatives. The first is if I provide a motion and that gets voted down, then I guess the applicant has a chance to always reapply later on. Now, Director Ty, if I make a motion and that motion is defeated, the project then is dead. If the applicant decides to reapply with something totally that he thinks will have more acceptance, is this a brand new application? Does he have to pay a whole brand new set of fees, for example?
Yes, a reapplication would be a new application. So new fees, new submittal, yes.
And roughly what would those fees be?
Approximately $8,000 in the ballpark.
Yeah, and then I think there's notification fees on top of that, am I correct?
It would be inclusive of, the CUP fee itself is about $6,000, plus you have about $1,000 for noticing.
Okay, thank you.
Plus technology fee.
Counselor.
Yeah, and so, Chair, if I may, I just want to be clear. So the applicant is entitled, and once again, maybe not necessarily tonight, to a decision. So even if you were to make a motion in the affirmative approving it, if that failed, it would still be incumbent on the Planning Commission to then make a subsequent motion in order to once again provide the applicant a decision one way or the other. And then, of course, the only thing that I would add, reapplication is, of course, an option. As I'm sure you guys are aware, is also appeal to the City Council should anyone not necessarily agree with whatever decision is made tonight. Thank you, Chair.
So we need a motion on what's in front of us. Obviously, there's language and speculation on what might be done, but do you wish to make a motion?
Let me ask a question of the counselor. Public hearing has been completed. However, considering where we are in this particular juncture, may I ask the applicant a question?
I would defer to the chair on that. That is the chair's prerogative, with the only caveat to the chair is that I would implore whatever question is asked, that is the only thing that's answered. We have to be cognizant that they don't answer their question and then opine on other topics as a way to persuade. But as I said, that's up to the discretion of the chair.
If I grant Commissioner Arzant's request, do I then have to reopen the public hearing to everybody?
You do not, Chair. Is once again provided whoever is asked the question, we just have to be cognizant, they only answer the question. They do not take that opportunity to provide other testimony or other relevant evidence in a way to persuade.
Okay. Given that, if Commissioner Arzant wishes to ask a question of the applicant, now is the time.
Thank you, Chair Peterson. Would a representative come forward, please? You can count the informal votes on this project. Would you rather have us vote the project down, or would you rather have us continue and come back with a more radical traffic flow design?
We would rather to have a decision tonight, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. The floor is open for a motion.
Chair Peterson, I move that we continue this hearing in order for staff and the applicant to further work together to address the issues that were raised this evening.
I'll second that.
And do I need, Council, I need a date certain though, don't I?
Once again, that is up to the discretion of the planning commission. The benefit of a date certain is that, I guess, the mandated legal requirement for notice isn't there. Although, as Madam Planning Manager explained, due to the attention on this, we nonetheless gave notice again, irrespective of the fact that you guys continued to a date certain. I just want to be sure, and maybe did I mishear? I do believe the applicant did request for a decision, but once again, you guys don't have to listen.
Yeah, I'm struck by what the applicant said, which is wanting a decision tonight, and your motion seconded to continue it. That we would be granting him something he doesn't want.
I'm sorry, maybe I misheard. I thought he said he wanted a continuance.
No.
Oh.
He wished to.
Did I mishear? I'm sorry, I apologize.
We would prefer to have a decision.
Yeah.
Thank you. I apologize for mishearing.
Okay. Do you wish to withdraw your motion?
I withdraw my motion.
Is that okay with the vice chair?
Yes.
Okay. Does somebody wish to make a motion?
Given the applicant's indication tonight and what I think I'm hearing from my fellow commissioners, I'm unable to make the findings as it would relate to the amount of parking, off-street parking facilities, distance from the proposed use, the precautions taken by the owner or the operator to assure the compatibility with surrounding uses, and I'm looking at the numbers here, someplace there's one on terms of traffic volume and so forth. I simply can't make the findings as it relates to those, given the part of the relationship to the environment is a safety, it's a school, and the relationship of, or the streets and parking and so forth as it relates to the kids. This notion of off-site parking for a daycare center doesn't make sense to me for the drop-off part of this, or certainly for parents that might be staying for periods of time and so forth. So given that, I'm unable to make the findings. I move to deny the request.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to deny the request for a CUP. So a yes vote will be a denial of the project. I just want to make sure with staff that we have, that Commissioner Hoffman's recitation of findings was sufficient.
I believe also the finding number 6 also, the relationship of the proposed business generated traffic volume and the size of the street serving the area is.
I'm typing, but yes, we have 4 stated findings. Yes, thank you.
Okay, we have a seconded motion on the floor. Is there any more debate on the motion?
Yeah. And so just, Chair, just for everyone's edification, so this is, of course, will be the final, this will be the decision. We will then bring back a resolution of denial, typically on the consent calendar. That will simply just be to make sure that we've sufficiently and accurately captured Commissioner Hoffman's motion if it were to pass.
Okay, so we will vote tonight, and then the next meeting we'll have a resolution. We will just vote to concur that it states what we believe tonight, but it's not a reopening of the item.
Correct. So the public hearing will be closed. We will bring back the resolution on the consent calendar, and at that time, the Planning Commission would vote on adopting that resolution.
Okay. If there's no further debate on the item, let's call a question and have a vote.
Voting is now open.
I'm not seeing.
Their screens are not operating.
Yeah,
There we
you
go.
Okay, so this, what's in front of me doesn't state denial. It just restates.
Yeah, correct. So I mean, so this is, and I'll kind of defer to planning staff, because we didn't necessarily know what was teed up.
Understood.
So this is just, you are correct, this is the agenda item, but just for everyone's clarity, what is being voted on was the motion posited by Commissioner Hoffman. Once again, for these land use decisions and the various factors of why you guys may or may not approve something, I would probably advise that we don't try to draft it up here in real time, only because that's kind of what we do. So once again, Chair, it's an accurate comment that, hey, it just says recommends the Planning Commission. That should probably, I'm working out the kinks of this new voting.
Okay,
That
no, that's
probably should be
fine.
blank, yeah.
That's fine. Okay, so I'm voting yes to deny this.
Which is the same issue,
project.
just as an off comment to the last motions on the minutes that I brought up earlier. It was, so we need to think about how we're going to handle this in the future.
All members have voted. Voting is now closed. Motion carries by 3-2 vote. The denial carries. I'm not sure how to phrase that.
Correct, yeah, so the motion.
Request for CUP is denied.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay,
Can you make the announcement about the appeal period, please?
The appeal period will commence after the item is received by the city council, and will 10 days following the city council's receipt of the meeting minutes.
Yeah, and that will be the meeting minutes for the action for the resolution. So I wanted to make sure the public understood that timeline.
okay. It's been a long night and we're not done yet, but we appreciate those members of the public that have voiced their considered opinions on this item. Given all the discretion I have as a chair, I'm going to call a 5-minute stretch break, bio break, whatever you call it. We'll come back here straight up at 10. Thank you. All right, are we ready to resume? Carrie,
Everybody that's here is around corpse.
right?
Hey,
Can we?
yeah, so staff, Madam Planning Manager, are we good to go?
We need just one moment.
All right, staff, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, we have 2 items left. I will note that item 7C appears to have more people here for public participation, so I don't know if we have the ability to move that. My legal
Yes.
counsel is shaking their head. All
Yes,
right.
you do, Chair.
All right, with the consent of my peers, which could be a simple nod of the head, I'd like to move item 7C up.
You're going to vote on my application.
Might we do that? Only if the computer lets us flip it. Okay, this is a request for a CUP to expand the on-sale beer and wine service in conjunction with an existing market at 302 Pier Avenue and to expand the use to operate at 1326 and 1328 Monterey Boulevard for on-sale service subject to conditions. Is there a staff report?
There is, Chair. Again, this is Alexis Oropeza. I'll be providing this staff presentation. Just a moment. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get started. This request is for a conditional use permit at 302 Pier Avenue and 1326 through 1328 Monterey Boulevard, and the request is to approve a CUP amendment, APE 24-01, to expand alcohol tasting to full-service beer and wine at 302 Pier Avenue. Project site is located on the corner of Pier Avenue and Monterey Boulevard in the southeast corner. The subject site is developed with 2 commercial buildings. The front building is approximately 1,087 square feet, square foot market, which currently operates as a wine shop, and at the rear is 302 Pier Avenue, which is an 880 square foot building currently vacant. The site contains 3 parking spaces that were constructed with the office building that was developed in 1978. There is no parking associated with the front building or the market. So it's considered legal nonconforming with regards to parking. The project site does have an entitlement for the front building area and first approved in 1990 for off-sale alcohol as part of the citywide amortization program. Later in 2005, a CUP amendment was approved, adding on-premise sales and wine tastings. That approval restricted the service of alcohol to tastings only within an 80 square foot area of the project, of the front building. The project site is located within SPA 11 and is surrounded by that commercial uses to the east, west, and to the north. To the south and southeast, there is multifamily residential zoning. This is an existing picture of the front wine shop facing Pier Avenue. And this is a view looking east from Monterey, showing you the parking in the forefront with the office building behind. The CUP amendment is requested to expand the on-sale service within the front building from the 80 square foot area that's approved for tastings only, and this would allow for full alcohol service of beer and wine within a 398 square foot alcohol serving area, with the remainder of the front building used for retail. The rear building, the 880 square foot office building would be approved, or the request is to approve that area as well for serving of alcohol for on-site consumption. The area as programmed by the applicant would be for pre-scheduled events, including wine education classes, meetings, private events. That space would also be programmed for wine storage, and the applicant does have a request for outdoor seating on the patio or porch in front of the building with 2 tables. This provides you an overview of the site plan with the front building, the rear building, the 3 parking spaces. The site largely remains unchanged. There is a new trash enclosure along with 3 new bike racks. The seating that's shaded in gray on the west side of the front building is the outdoor seating that is in the right-of-way and not a part of this application, as the CUP does not govern the public right-of-way. The applicant's proposal, as mentioned, would expand the alcohol serving area. In the front area of the building, it's shaded in gray, and the rear area and would accommodate 26 seats. The rear portion of the rear building would accommodate up to 46 seats and would be used again as a private event area. Staff has reviewed the project for potential impacts. And noise from the operations is the primary concern due to the site's proximity to the residential, the outdoor seating, the trash enclosure, use of that after hours or late hours, as well as indoor activities in the rear building are potentially concerns for compatibility. Based on the conditional use permit findings, however, staff believes that there are sufficient mechanisms to condition most aspects of the applicant's proposal, with the exception of the outdoor seating. Staff did not find that it could reasonably condition that to ensure the use would be compatible with the adjacent residential uses. And so with that, staff is not able to make a recommendation for that particular portion, but believes that the other elements of the project can be supported with a number of conditions of approval, which includes a condition for allowance and promotion of food from off-site businesses, no outdoor seating on the private property, doors and windows to remain closed after 9 p.m., prohibiting trash and recycle dumping after 9 p.m. And not before 7 a.m., as well as a requirement to promote designated drivers, rideshare. The project is consistent with the general plan, specifically Goal 1 of the land use element to support robust economy and high quality of life for residents, as well as ensuring compatibility of use based on the conditions of approval that are recommended, as well and the operator's own operation plan. And the applicant also satisfies Goal 7.7, which is to reduce spillover parking. The applicant has provided documentation of up to 13 parking spaces to be used at nearby properties that would be available after those businesses are closed and could be used to offset the demand from the various uses on site. Public noticing was completed for the project in accordance with the municipal code, mailing radius of 500 feet. Posters were posted on site and advertisement was placed in the Easy Reader. And then public comments have been received and forwarded to you through eScribe, as well as your emails, overwhelmingly in support of the project. The project does qualify for categorical exemptions from the California Environmental Quality Act under 15301 and 15303. This is for an existing facility or for the new construction or conversion of a small structure. With that, staff is recommending that the commission determine that the project is categorically exempt and adopt resolution number 24-15 approving the CUP. And I do want to mention that there is a revised resolution that you should have placed on the dais and has been uploaded to eScribe. And I would just quickly note that in consultation with the applicant, there is a revision to condition of approval number 1 to clarify that the use of the right-of-way is subject to a review and permit process separate and apart from the conditional use permit. Condition number 6 has been revised to change the reference to the zoning ordinance to more broadly refer to the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code. And then 13D and 15 have been deleted as those are duplicative conditions that are picked up elsewhere. With that, that concludes staff's presentation, and the applicant is available in the audience, and staff is on standby for any questions as well.
All right, thank you very much. Do commissioners have any questions of staff at this time?
I do.
Okay.
In your report, you mentioned page, talk about the seating at 302. You have 26 seats. That's not the same as the occupancy is 37, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's a difference between being in an alcohol serving area versus not?
Correct.
Okay. Is that true of any other location, the two other addresses? It's only on the 302, if I remember.
The seating is on the seating condition of approval. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, I'm saying the number is, because the number of occupancy is what could be on property, but not drinking or not being in a seated area where alcohol is served. But there's no other relationship to any of the two areas on the Monterey side where those numbers are skewed. So everything in the 1328 Monterey, all those two rooms with that occupancy are all alcohol serving areas.
I'm not sure that I'm following your question. I apologize.
You list occupancies actually on the 1328 address. There's different numbers on the different things. One says 59, one says 49. Those were proposed versus actual.
Okay, sorry. So there is a distinction between building occupancy and seating. So 26 seats is what, like in the front building that was proposed, 46 is what's in the rear. Building occupancy may be higher, so you could have people standing in that area as servers or.
Gotcha. Thank you.
46 is the seating capacity.
Any other questions of staff? Mike?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Pete, any questions of staff? No? Vice Chair Hirsch, any questions of staff?
Yeah, in the staff report, staff mentioned that they couldn't make the finding of the 2 outdoor seating tables, I believe, for 1328 Monterey. And I'm wondering, was that analyzed for whether they were being served alcohol or they were just tables that didn't have any service?
It would be either way. Due to the proximity to the residential, we didn't feel, and the commission could find differently, but we didn't feel there was reasonable conditions that could be imposed to ensure that just general talking and noise at different hours of the day wouldn't necessarily, conflict with the adjacent residential uses. But should the commission find differently, then, conditions could be added.
That's it for me, thanks.
All right, Commissioner Arzan? No. Okay. Question of staff, we talked about this earlier today, but there's a reference to the new facility being used for events, but we don't have a definition of an event per se, correct?
That is correct. There is not a definition in the municipal code for an event.
Okay. I don't have any other questions at this time. Do any of commissioners have any disclosures to make, which could include site visits, conversations, or other evidence received before the meeting that is not in the staff report and which could affect your decision? It is generally understood that you have made inquiries of our city staff for clarification. Does anybody have any disclosures to make? No.
I did have a discussion with the applicant. I didn't receive any information that's not in the published documents.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now begin the public comment portion of the hearing. All questions and comments on this matter are to be directed to the commission, not the audience. Is the applicant present? Yes, you are. Please approach the podium if you wish to make a presentation. This will be the time. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Commissioners, my name is Kathy Noel Bonifetti. This is my husband, Jeff Bonifetti. We are the owners of Uncorked Wine Shop. We have been owners for 13 years. We are also residents of Hermosa Beach for over 20 years. I'd like to start by saying thank you to Alexis and staff for helping us navigate this process. There's been quite a few different reiterations of this, and it's been about a year process. So Alexis has been super helpful. We appreciate that. We also like to say thank you to all the public comment and the support that we had from our community. Just to tell you a little bit about ourselves, give you a quick story. About 25 years ago, I went on vacation to Idaho, and I went to a little wine shop that was a tasting bar and wine bar. And I thought this was kind of unique and different at the time. I thought, what a cool idea. I happened to say to my brother at the time, 25 years ago, this would be my dream to open a wine shop and have wine tasting or wine bar. So fast forward, I start dating this guy 13 years ago, and he's teaching me everything about wine. I told him on our first date I'm a Cabernet girl, and he told me, well, not with me. You're going to try Petit Syrah and Albarino, and he was educating me in all sorts of different types of wines and to get my palate educated. So he is the wine connoisseur. So we became a good team, and within 6 months of dating, we actually decided to open the wine shop. We took a leap of faith, and it worked out as business partners, but also we got married 4 years later. So that's our story. I tell you this because we are a true mom and pop story. And, a pipe dream comes to fruition because of passion, creativity, perseverance, and energy. And we've had to put a lot of energy into this. Our current CUP is over 20 years old. We took over the 2005 CUP. So we are just trying to adjust to the times and also, grow our business. Jeff and I both have been a staple in our community. We're both super involved. I've served on the board of the Chamber of Commerce for several years. We've been on countless committees. We've helped start the Downtown Business Association. And we decided from the very beginning we wanted to immerse ourselves in the community and be the local corner gathering spot. We knew that we kind of had an anchor for Upper Pier. We also wanted to dedicate and partner with other businesses and charities and organizations, and we have supported hundreds of our local charities and organizations, including many numerous city events. We're very proud of what we've created on Upper Pier. We feel like we've brought a lot of vibrancy to the area that has helped other retailers and restaurants. But as business owners, we need to constantly be pivoting and changing and coming up with new revenue streams and business ideas. And we also want to meet the desires and wants of our customers. As you know, it is expensive to run a business here. 2 years ago, our landlord, a local Hermosa icon, Betty Noble, passed away. And the family decided to sell the property, which sold for top dollar. As we have a really great relationship with our new landlord, but as you can imagine, the investment, they had to pass it along to us, and our rent was tripled. The tenants in the back decided not to stay, so we felt like this was a great opportunity for us to grow and become a serious wine shop of the South Bay, where we could offer education, classes, wine events. And you mentioned what kind of events, talking about mixers, maybe for Leadership Hermosa, for the Chamber of Commerce, for some private parties when people want to have a birthday party, but mainly have winemakers come in and do formal tastings, because we do not have the room or space for that at this time. As I mentioned, our CUP is over 20 years old, and we're just asking you to help us make the changes and adjust to cover our high rents and give the customers what they want. We're small business owners trying to make a living and hopefully can put our 17-year-old through college next year. So now I'd like to address a few of the actual items on the CUP. Our intention is to be a full pour and not have limited tastings. On our current CUP, we're limited to 5 1-ounce pours. We want to be able to pour somebody a glass of wine, and we are asked daily, can I just have a glass of wine? Can I just have a glass of wine? No, we're a tasting bar. So we would like to have that condition removed. We have neighboring wine shops in cities, Barsha and Manhattan Beach, MB Wine Company, and we've got Wine Shop in Torrance, Friends of the Vine in Redondo, even Cost Plus, World Market, and Gelson's all have the same exact license as us, as a 42 and a 20 retail, and they are allowed to do a full pour. So we're trying to be competitive in our, South Bay area, as well as, most of our clientele is adult, 30 plus, and don't want to have to be monitored and told when they have, they can only have 5 pours. We'd also like to add seating inside. Now, when COVID was here, we were required to have seating. And so we are in a conflict of like indoor, outdoor. We have to have seating outdoor, we can't have seating indoor. We have to have food outside, we can't have food inside. So we're trying to get cohesive with what the actual conditional use permit for everything should be. As you know, our winters and even our summers can get quite cold, so people do want to be able to sit inside. Can I get the water, please? Okay, glass of water. On the additional space in the back, so as I mentioned, we wanted to make it private event space and offer some of the different things that I mentioned before. We're not going to be throwing raging parties back there. And I think that some of the concern is that we might be a bar, and we are not trying to be a bar, and I think that there are 28 conditions that Alexis and the chief of police put together to ensure that we are not a bar, or that the next person that takes this over will not be a bar. So I think the provisions are there, and the conditions have, made that clear. I had heard about some of the noise concerns, and just to let you know, we're fine with closing the doors and windows at 9 o'clock. We do want to keep our hours till 10 o'clock, however, in the back as well. I heard a concern about where the trash can is located. We're open to moving it to the other side. We recycle all our bottles, so we do not throw bottles in that trash can, so it's not allowed clanking. It's really just boxes and, light trash that we go through. So our neighbor that lives right next door wrote in, who lives right next to the parking lot and next to that, and has never had an issue with us, is in favor of this, has loved our outdoor music, and he's available if we need. I think he's watching by Zoom if we need to talk to him. So I Okay, so those are the main things that we want to do. But I do have some concerns about the wording on some of the conditions. So I'm not sure if you're aware of, but when you apply with the ABC, whatever's in this condition, they're going to take, and it's going to be their condition. And when we don't specify inside or outdoors, being outdoor dining, even though this isn't your department, the right of way, they're going to consider if you say no outdoor alcohol service, that we can no longer have outdoor dining. I had a conversation with an ABC license, the licensing department yesterday, and they confirmed this, that if we say no outdoor service, that will eliminate our outdoor dining. So we have to be very careful. Alexis and I went back and forth. She really tried to wordsmith the language. So I just want to make sure, and maybe we can get the city attorneys to weigh in on this so that I don't get locked into really limiting ourselves, because we do not want to, cut off our nose, spite our face. We cannot lose that outdoor dining. Everybody loves it, and we love it. So if I could bring your attention to General 1. Are you guys with me on the resolution? General 1A, it's page 6.
Page 6 of 12.
The line that was added, that Alexis added today, was the use of the right-of-way is subject to a review and permit process separate and apart of the CUP. We know she was trying to do a catch-all there. However, if you look at 1A, item 4, it says no outdoor service alcohol shall be permitted on private property unless approved as temporary minor special event. I'm just concerned that ABC is going to be very literal about no outdoor service of alcohol. So I would like to add something in there. It says, with the exception of the public right-of-way. Just have one more line on there so that it does not get confused, that if we are approved for the public right-of-way, which we have been in the permanent program, although I know there's some pending issues there, that's going to be accepted by the ABC. Then it says it again in item B, 2. No outdoor seating or services of alcohol is permitted on private property unless permitted as a part of a temporary minor special event. Again, this could be misconstrued by them that I can no longer have outdoor seating or services. So again, I would like to add something about the right of way or the outdoor dining permit is the exception. Then on item 6, the applicant may provide entertainment consisting of 2 unamplified performers in accordance with Hermosa Beach Municipal Code. No amplified entertainment shall be permitted unless approved by the conditional use permit, temporary minor special event permit, or if otherwise permitted by, we changed it to Hermosa Beach Municipal Code. Now, I've been informed that I'm allowed to have amplified music, outdoor, part of the outdoor dining program. I was also approved with the limited live entertainment in 2018. My original 2005 conditions had us zoned as a C2. Somewhere along the way, we were changed to an SPA 11, and that was missed in the ordinance or whatever to continue to let us have the limited live. I mentioned this to you a couple months ago at a meeting. Marie Rice was at that meeting when you approved, the commission approved the live entertainment. She said it was an absolute miss and an oversight. So I am asking that we are allowed to have it amplified, because we were always allowed to have amplified. I only found this out when we were having meetings within the last 6 months. So we stopped. But I've also talked with the zoning committee, and I know they're working diligently on putting some sort of music program or zoning code together, and municipal code. So I'm asking if we can maybe even just put a temporary time frame in here, like 18 months or something, until the Planning Commission can vote on all the future zoning codes and municipal codes. So I don't know if there's some language we can add to that. That is pretty much it. I think we are good with every other part of the 28 conditions including the oversight of the police chief to make any call he deems if we are out of line. So I appreciate your time. We hope that we can move forward together so it can be a win-win for our community, for our city, and for Uncorked. Do you have any questions?
Any questions of the applicant?
If I could, Mr. Chair, the last item you mentioned about the zoning and vote, it was unclear to me what you were asking.
For the music or for?
You were talking about changes in zoning and.
Well, I was originally a C2 zoning, and
Right.
at some point I was changed to an SBA 11.
Oh, okay.
And when that changed, I was no longer, well, now that planning is looking at codes, that was never included in the limited live entertainment, which allowed for amplified music. So, yeah, so
We weren't aware of that.
we applied, had a permit, were approved several years ago to have the amplified music. So now the condition is saying that it will be unamplified and only acoustic. And again, the ABC is going to consider that for what we can do outside. And so I just want to be clear in the language to the ABC, because right now we are allowed to do outdoor music. So we want to make sure that we're able to do amplified music. Does that make sense?
I'm looking at staff in the sense that I'm wondering, are they in fact allowed to have existing outdoor amplified music?
I believe what Kathy is speaking to is in the public right-of-way as part of the outdoor dining permit through Public Works. The zoning on the property is currently SPA 11, which was, I believe, adopted in 2009. Currently, the zoning code does not allow for live entertainment in the SPA 11 zone. Staff is aware of this. It's something we do want to change. However, the addition of amplified sound was not noticed and is not allowed within the SPA 11, well, without a CUP, and was not part of the notice. So that would be my only concern, is that it hasn't been fully studied nor noticed, and city attorney can weigh in if there's anything further on that.
And I guess I have two comments in response to that. In 2009, I was on part of the committee that brought the change to Upper Pier, so I'm plead guilty on that. But part of the confusion, and again, this isn't specific to you guys in this case, this is part of the problem that we're dealing with, I think, as a commission now, in the sense that outdoor dining has somehow been transferred to Public Works as opposed to us, so that we're considering a project and we're looking at a seating chart, for example, and paying great attention to how many people and whatever, thinking about the impacts, when in fact they have a separate patio that's not part of our consideration. And in this case, I think it's punitive to you guys in a sense that it just, again, this is just within the purview of the commission. It doesn't make sense to me that we are so stringent on the rules for establishments, for example, in Upper Pier, and yet there's a whole different set of rules that apply because some of them have outdoor seating and some do not. And don't misunderstand me. I wish you guys could have that whole parking lot as outdoor, but that's.
We started
just
there, but
between
we
you
took
and me.
that out of it.
Yeah, but that's part of, I think, the confusion for us, again, separate of your application here.
And that may become more prevalent as everybody has to get their outdoor dining permanently. And again, the ABC looks as one CUP, so I'm not sure how that modification is going to go, but I've been very educated recently. I did want to comment, you brought up something, because one of the proposed and that staff was not supporting was the outdoor on our balcony outside the back unit. And the reason I included that is because at the ABC application, you have to put a line where any alcohol will be. So if anyone steps outside with a glass of wine or takes a phone call, we could be cited. And I just wanted to cover our bases. We don't have to have the tables out there. I'm okay with that, but I just wanted to kind of cover our bases in case somebody did. But, that's not a deal breaker. I'm just wanted you to know why we had included it. And that's another reason why in the language it keeps saying no outdoor seating, because they're only talking about that one spot of no outdoor seating. So if I can take out that language, then this ABC confusion goes away.
Okay, do you have any other questions?
No, thank you, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I do.
You have questions, all right.
First of all, thank you for your letter where you outlined what you were going to do. And I feel comfortable with these proposals, but I really think I need to make sure I know and you know how many tables and chairs and heads and numbers and so on and so forth. So several years back when you bought the place, you had room for 37 people. That's the occupancy load. Now we're looking close to, if you utilized this 302 plus the 2 units on Monterey, plus at a special event program that you would apply for 4 times a year, plus the public works, the public right-of-way issue, we're looking close to 200 people. That's what the numbers count out to be. So could you explain how you would use those spaces and how you would not use some spaces or use them all? That's a big number for me. Not that you don't have a great reputation coming into this, but there's a big change happening here. You're requesting full alcohol pour and then tripling potential people on site. So I think I need some more information from you.
Well, currently up front, if we have 37, I mean, if you can fit people in the tasting area, it could be, 10 plus people. And when we do our 4 special events a year in the parking lot, that's exactly what it's supposed to be meant for. When it's relating to current use, which would be, a wine tasting and or trying to sell bottles of wine by sampling wine to everybody. So with all those spaces, yes, and a lot of our events have been 150 people plus in the past. Our anniversary party that we do every year for the last 12 years.
Without incident.
Yeah, we've always had 150 plus at that, without the back units. So, so it hasn't been an issue, and yes, the back units, we want to be able to have seated formal tastings. I mean, if you do a class of like 20 people on one side, and if we want to do something more casual on the other side, if we have 40 people mingling in there, I don't really see it being out of control. This is, again, over 30 to 65-year-olds that come to our shop, So, again, our goal is to be like a Wally's, like a wine house, like, more of a
more dynamic.
Yeah, a sophisticated business that can allow for people to do. We still want to do wine tastings, but we just don't want to have to limit people if they want to have a glass, or if we want to do 6 tastings instead of 5.
And it's definitely a desire of our customers too.
Yeah, it's definitely.
So again, let me back off the 4 special
Parties.
events.
Right, okay.
Because those are the big numbers.
Right.
The daily, weekly, monthly numbers
Right.
are wrapped up inside 302. And then on now, after many years of not having the public right-of-way seating, it looks like it's going to turn out to be a permanent thing. I mean, everyone hopes it will be. But there's 44 seats out there. So you add just that operation, and now you're at almost 80 seats in combination of inside and outside just the 302. Do you plan on running your wine tasting in the upper rooms simultaneously as operating your 302?
Probably, but it's not going to be a consistent thing. We're talking,
Okay.
we're talking maybe 15 times a month or something, if that. I mean, I don't want to put a limit on it in case
Right.
somebody wanted to have a private party or birthday, or if we decide we have a winemaker in on Wednesday and a a
But they
class on
wouldn't be
Friday.
concurrent at all
But
times.
the thing that we're seeing right now is that when it's cold out, it's more of an either or situation, which it is cold out a lot of times, the majority of our year, our winter, and even the summer months with our June gloom. I mean, we're going into September and October, we'll probably be pretty busy out there. But the numbers are very inconsistent outside. So that's why we want to be able to have people inside. And, right now they have to just stand at a tasting bar and, they want to take a seat.
You could have one operation going and not the other three. You could have 3 operations going and not the 4th, such as the driveway.
Correct.
Speaking of the driveway, historically, when that insurance company was there for 40 years, they would have tandem parking. There's enough room for moderately sized cars.
Yes.
But over the last couple of years, the tandem parking turned into, at least the cars that I noticed, were the 24-foot long pickup trucks that were 6 foot off the ground. You needed to get a ladder to get in. And that was the ones that were the most obnoxious in that tandem parking. It's not annotated on this list because the city has gone through another change regarding use of public right-of-way for parking. Mainly it's aimed at necessary parking, not auxiliary parking. But, so my point is, if you have the outdoor seating, my thought would be that you would, for the special events, my thought would be you would only be using that area that's called the parking lot where you have your 3 cars listed, not farther out to the public right-of-way. I mean, not past the point where private property hits public right-of-way.
Our parking lot parties, we've always had an encroachment with the Public Works into the public right-of-way to the sidewalk, and we delineate with the wall so that we do not
So you
block.
use the whole
We
distance
use the whole
from,
parking lot for
The whole thing.
the 4 times a year.
and that includes private property and then
And
public right-of-way.
And we have to get an encroachment from, we get a special
Okay.
permit. from-
Now you're at 120 people out there. Well, if you multiply the number of people in your square footage that's allowed based
Right,
on
but
the
that's
same
the 4
time.
times a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And
okay.
that's.
But again, now the population of your whole complex is over 200.
Correct.
Once in a
Okay.
while.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm hearing and you're hearing
Right.
Yes.
our concerns on that. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Commissioner Flaherty?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Commissioner Isant?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the removing the size limit to be able to do a full pour, I don't know whether I should address this maybe to Alexis, but I don't see any language in this particular CUP amendment. So is this something that you want added? I mean, were there discussions and it wasn't added, or?
So the current CUP actually lists a condition of limited 5 1-ounce pours. So we're asking to remove that. We already have a license 42, which allows for that, but we have a condition that limits it.
I'll address this question to council then. This says, this is the CUP that we're discussing tonight. So there's absolutely nothing in this CUP about a full-size pour, but because of the absence of language, that means they can now do a full-size pour?
Just to clarify, the title of the item is to expand on-sale alcohol from tastings to a full-service bar. And so a full-service bar, you're able to serve whatever the container size is. I don't want to go into ounces. I don't know what the standard
But
size
so,
is.
so Commissioner, yes, you are correct. The absence of the condition, they can only do 5 1-ounce pours. By removing that, they are then limited, I guess, only by their ABC license, which allows the full pour. And please correct me if anything I said there was.
No, that's right.
It's a type of
Well,
license, so, yeah.
Again, not to be too granular on this, on page 6, it says that this is an amendment to the conditional use permit. So does that mean then in the original use permit, the limitation is still there. It's not been removed in this language. This is only an amendment to the existing old CUP.
This is an amendment, and it does supersede the prior resolution. So the lack thereof of a limitation frees them up to provide the full pours.
All right, okay, so this amendment totally supersedes the entire old CUP.
That is correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Commissioner Hirsch or Vice Chair Hirsch?
One question for the applicant on the, for the 1328 Monterey Boulevard tasting room, I'll call it. Are all the events that you're proposing there, are they going to be managed by you guys, or would they be managed by third parties?
Us.
No, by us.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. I guess the only question I have is, as you know, when we do CUPs, it runs with the land. So we have to consider not only you in front of us, but anyone else who buys it down the road, people we know, don't know. I'm assuming, since the comment is made about events, that you wouldn't object to any sort of common sense definition of what an event is.
No.
Group affiliation, prepayment, that sort of thing.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
But-
that's fine.
Totally
And also, you know, again, I'd like to mention that Alexis put a lot of provisions in there. I mean, there's 28 conditions on here. And the police chief weighed in and gave the last like 10 of them, that he has the right to do whatever he deems. And, you know, as you know, if anybody is disobeying, they go back in front of you and you adjust.
Understood, yeah.
Correct,
yeah.
And sadly, 28 is probably pretty typical. I'm not, anyway.
That's okay.
But
It's okay, we're accepting it.
not that it
No, we think it's fair.
brings us joy, but that's just what we have to do based on our experience. So I don't have any more questions. Y'all can have a seat. We're going to have public comment. If you guys want to come
Thank
back
you.
up and reply, you can. And thank you again for being here and for being in our community. All right, is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? Sign in. Please tell us your name and where you're
Ooh,
from.
there's a sign-in. Hello, Chairperson Peterson, city staff, and fellow commissioners. Jess Cocamando, soon-to-be ex-president, CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. Not quite yet. We had our party tonight. I live across the street. I live at 1125 Monterey. I've been friends with Jeff before he married Kathy. Big fan of the wine shop. Also, Kathy's been heavily involved in the chamber, and both of them contribute heavily to this community. So there were plenty of comments establishing that. I'm not going to speak to that. I will speak to my experience as a resident living across the street. 2 houses up from Uncorked, there's a resident that lives there that makes more noise than Uncorked does on a daily basis. Their immediate neighbors that abut the business also make more noise on a nightly basis than they do. They enjoy an outdoor patio, and that's why we live in Hermosa. We joke all the time, we live in the splash zone. We are used to additional noise from the downtown area, and to me, that's a sign of vibrancy in Hermosa. Upper Pier isn't at risk of becoming downtown Hermosa. In fact, I think that we've made a lot of progress in downtown Hermosa. Upper Pier remains a place where the locals love to visit. So I want to take this opportunity to remind you that while we are in a good phase and a good relationship with the business community, that to not spend too much time thinking about what could be in the negative sense and to focus on what could be in the positive sense. We have here very long-time residents who are deeply invested in this community by family and by business and by community, as demonstrated by comments, who want this to be their entire life. And I would rather, if I were sitting up there with you, would rather hedge a bet on them than to hedge a bet on somebody else taking over their business at some point, of which, of course, many other factors could come in and intervene. So this is one of those circumstances where their reputation long precedes them. It is an establishment we all adore, and they're not troublemakers. So we're very happy to have them. I also want to provide a little bit of clarity real quick on the music. I previously provided written comment on the music items. They're 2 separate concepts. One, outdoor dining had outdoor music allowed, and there is a permit that they can get for their outdoor dining deck. An indoor music permit used to exist, but excluded them once they were converted to 11, which we hope the city changes and includes them, but we don't know how long that will take. Both they should be allowed to have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public wishing to speak on this item? And I must ask you to identify yourself and sign in, ma'am.
Barbara Ellman, 40-year resident of Hermosa Beach, and I should have known better than to come after Jessica. But you have made some changes lately, moving up the street to Rockefeller, but they're doing exactly what we've asked. They're getting creative. They have become an anchor of Upper Pier. We've tried to move from lower to upper, and this is exactly what we need. They have a history of following the rules. As you read all the letters, they're a very popular place, and they're asking for some help. And I think they've been very creative and very understanding and very patient with the amount of time that this has taken. And I hope you'll give that some consideration and not worry about the unknown, but but understand what you have in front of you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item?
Good evening. John Burry, my first time attending a planning commission meeting in person. I wanted to make some specific comments on this application and then some general comments about what I think its significance is. Hermosa Beach and Pier Avenue objectively has very little destination retail. It doesn't have a very differentiated offer. And that's one of the main reasons that we have a sales tax revenue issue in this city. And we have a foot traffic issue too. This business, and I've only met the owner here this evening, I've been in the store, but I've only met and discussed with them tonight, is a very rare exception. And you know this business, and you know the owners, and you know their history of following the rules. So we shouldn't assume that people are bad actors by default. And we shouldn't use temporary special use permits to turn a conditional use permit into a conditional use permit. And if you're not careful with the language that you write and approve, you will give them a problem with the ABC, and that will be an unintended consequence. And you'll make a long-term investment more difficult to justify, not just for these people, but for people who come after them. And that brings me to some comments on why this matters more generally. We have a city council that contains 5 people, none of whom run a business. And I don't think any of you today commit large amounts of personal capital to speculative projects and take the sort of entrepreneurial risk that people like this do. And city staff, by definition, are not personal private entrepreneurs. They take no risk. And we say in one context that we want to be an innovative city. It's written large in Hermosa, in Plan Hermosa. And we say that we want to encourage growth. But then we deny H2O Hotel a wine license. We get rid of the silent disco. I see that the people trying to move into the restaurant where Dia del Campo are still tagged. The optics matter here. This city, like it or not, is developing a reputation for being business unfriendly. And people watch decisions like this. People who are thinking about making speculative investment in this city watch decisions like this. And it influences confidence in investment. And Commissioner Flaherty, we should be very careful when we define a business like this by the number of seats and the number of people, because we should be so lucky that a business like this manages to fill its 80 occupancy or its 200 occupancy, however you want to define it. It's a small beach city, and it needs to be fast and flexible and agile, and the holding costs for for these people of holding on to this property are too high, and this
Mr. Murray?
decision has taken too long.
Your time is up.
Appreciate your comment. Thank you. All right, does anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? All right.
I'm Matt Steiger. I live at 720
You
21st Street.
give us your autograph there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Just wanted to let you know that I support the CUP as recommended by Kathy Knoll. I've known them for many years. I'm onophile. I like wine. I traveled the world tasting wine and find that having a place to do it locally to get education is by far preferable. I can walk there, which is really nice. And I drive to Paso Robles. I drive to San Luis Obispo. I drive all over California, and I find that having a local place for education, I'm really looking forward to having that special back room where they'll have winemakers come in and tell us about their product and help stimulate the retail sales and increase our tax revenue. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Is there anyone else in the room that wishes to speak on this item? Okay. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Rob Antrobius, 2412 Silver Strand Avenue, 27-year resident and homeowner of Hermosa Beach, in Hermosa Beach, and I also raised my kids here. Why would I bring up kids in a hearing for a wine bar? Because it ties into the theme I think you're all catching on to from all the notes and public comments about the operators of Uncorked. They have immersed themselves in the community. They didn't just start sponsoring things last week in anticipation of trying to be in your good graces. They're long-term, professional, responsible residents of Hermosa. Exactly what we want. In my opinion, they check every box. And full disclosure, I have no financial interest in this operation. I'm just a neighbor that would love to see local owners be able to expand within our city. And again, since they're local, if there was ever a problem, but again, their record is very clear, they have really had no problems, we have someone to turn to that's a local resident. So I would strongly support this and ask that you approve to allow these great co-residents of ours to continue to expand and support the community, both charities and the schools, which they have, they were very humble actually. They didn't talk about all the support they've done for so many events for the schools and the neighborhood and the charities. So thank you for your consideration. I'll leave it to the next person.
All right. Thank you, Rob. Does anyone else here wish to speak in chambers? No? Do we have anyone online? We do.
We have 2 hands raised. Dan Seaman. Once your 3 minutes will begin once you are unmuted.
Yeah, hey, I talked to you guys earlier on the Second Street thing, but I want to voice my support for Uncorked and Hermosa Beach, as they are one of the last, kind of family. We talk about family owned, but they're family and locally owned. And they do 2 things. They cater to the locals by providing a really great Hermosa Beach environment. And they also cater to, if you talk business wise, our Manhattan Beach competitors, the travelers coming in, foreign tourists that want really good wine. They're the best in the business in Hermosa Beach and their other locations. And they're not a chain. Their true heart is in Hermosa. And that's where they can provide that unique experience. Like if I'm a foreign local, I look up wine tasting in Hermosa, boom, there it is. And you've got that outdoor experience. Now, if there's concern on the liquor license and increasing that, or whatever the outdoor thing is, Let me tell you, I've lived here for 20 years, growing up through my 20s and 30s and 40s. There are not ruffians that are coming to Uncorked to go party like, and be loud. It is a chill, environmentally, cool scene with wine, people that are into wine that just want to relax. So I think that is very applicable to that notion that it's not going to become a bar. It's the opportunity to highlight different aspects that they have, just like you would fancy cheeses or charcuterie or things like that. So it's just an added feature, and it should be treated like Sharkies or American Junkie or something like that. You'll never see that there. And I think we all can agree upon that as local Hermosa Beach people, right? So that is really what I wanted to get across. And just the owners are awesome. And I fully support, them doing that. I don't see any issues with that. I'm over.
All right, thank you, Dan. We appreciate your comments. It looks like Laura Pena is up next. Laura, can you hear us? Laura?
Hello, this is Laura Pena. I was there earlier, commissioners, but I had to leave. I'm calling in full support of Jeff and Kathy's CUP amendment. As a business owner across the street on Pier Avenue, I can't stress to you enough how important it is that we have more foot traffic and vibrancy. And as Kathy had noted, in our off season, it's paramount. So the idea of her being able to expand her use to the back building, 1326 Monterey, hooray. And here's the thing that I find interesting, is that in our Roma study, what was critical to the transformation of our downtown district is to find that appropriate mix of uses and to find the quality and attract the quality of businesses so that we could provide a more sustainable and livable community. This is exactly what Kathy and Jeff are trying to do. In our economic development strategies, we are trying to do a focused update on our downtown revitalization. We actually want to have active ground floor uses. So the mere idea that they are taking an office and making it a pedestrian use, we should be going, how can we help you? What do you need? Now, I know we have to do it within reason, and I understand that a conditional use permit goes with the property. But these are two outstanding business owners that that many have mentioned and have written in. To be able to provide outdoor dining is something that the community, residents, that's what we want. To be able to provide music, that's also something that we definitely want. And I think as we do the zoning code updates, as Kathy was mentioning about her permit, it should pertain to SBA 11. I don't know why we were left out, but there are a few areas that SPA 11 were left out, and we need to change that. We need to do what it takes to make it attractive to do business here, to make it attractive to sustain a business, expand a business. And if we can create the kind of incentives that would attract other business owners to expand, to invest, to encourage more activity in our downtown, we all win. It's a win-win situation. Now, in regards to the back building, where they were asking for patio and put 2 tables, I know for me that if I am taking one of those classes and I need to step outside because I'm having a hot flash, God help me, we should be able to go outside with our wine glass to take a breather. I don't think we should be so concerned about what do the neighbors think. Yes, there has to be consideration, absolutely. But I think we want to create the kind of environment, the kind of business environment that will attract people.
Laura, we need you to wrap up. We appreciate your 3 minutes of comments.
Again, thank you,
All
Chair
right.
Peter. Have a good time.
You bet. All right, thank you. Is there anyone else online?
I see no more hands raised.
Okay, I guess I gotta do a last call in chambers, but it looks like we're all talked out. Okay, to the applicant, do you wish to make any further statement in either rebuttal or response before we close the public hearing? You don't need to. And why would you rebut all the many positive comments? Do any commissioners have further questions of the applicant before the public comment portion of the hearing is closed? All right, seeing none, I will now close the public comment portion of the hearing and bring the matter back to the commission for discussion and deliberation. You know what, I guess I'm supposed to defer as the chair, but I'll just start. In terms of thoughts I have, some of the sort of word parsing around CUP versus this, it kind of made my head hurt a little bit. Sorry. I'd like to see them, you know, in a reasonable way continue to have access to music where they can. I don't want to, any of these sort of comments around the outdoor to prejudice what they have in the outdoor right-of-way, but I do have some concerns about that sort of patio area and outdoor consumption of alcohol. I mean, if you walk out of a bar, you have to surrender your glass. And I will just, you know, when you come up here, you realize, you accept that at some point you're going to be sort of like the, you know, the fun police and like thinking about these things. But if you think to Bolt, which was Serve on Second, I mean, we paid tremendous scrutiny to their outside back patio and how it impacted maybe 2 apartment buildings for people that needed to sleep. So we're not trying to be overly prescriptive of that, but I think it's fair to limit the consumption indoors. And as I mentioned earlier, I think there's probably a way to add a sentence about events that is just common sense. So those are my heavy-handed thoughts. Does anybody else have any thoughts or discussion and deliberation on this item?
Chair, I'm absolutely supportive of this. The idea of a local business that wants to expand, I think is great. On page 6 at the bottom, number A4, I would support adding the language with the exception of the public right-of-way. At the top of page 7, small number 2, add the language with the exception of the outdoor dining program. Down number 6, I'm not quite sure, my head's hurting on the music as well. Maybe there's a way that staff can wordsmith something that will allow them to do that so that they don't have to wait for the city to get their act together in terms of redefining what's available in SPAC 22-11 or whatever the name of that code, that zone is. So I'm supportive. I would recommend that my colleagues accept that additional language to this CUP, and that's my position. I'm sticking to it.
Sounds like a future motion maker. Does anybody else have any comments, discussion, deliberation? Commissioner Hirsch? Commissioner Hoffman, or Vice Chair Hirsch, excuse me.
Quick, if I can, and respond first to those comments. I appreciate the applicant's concern over the language and not wanting to add that additional language. Go the other side of this, it's real clear to the commissioners, I think, and to city staff when it says private property that we're not talking, I mean, it's an intentional exclusion or that we're not talking about. The point I raised when we began this, what goes on in the public right-of-way is not what's concerned or, you know, addressed by the CUP. With respect to the music thing, yes, I have to plead guilty. I was part of the group that originated the idea or the standards for the SB 11, but we can't have spot zoning and create an exception for a particular property to the zoning. The zoning for the whole area will have to be addressed. So I'm afraid that language, I don't see the need. But let me go back then to the broader question. If this were a restaurant with food service that closed at 10, beer and wine's a by right issue, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. So the fact that this is a kind of unusual situation where it's basically a market or a store as opposed to a restaurant, That doesn't apply. So, the 10 o'clock closure, I think, resolves a lot of the issues that we just made a blanket policy for the rest of the city as it relates to food establishments. And somebody, I think it was the applicant, said we need to adjust to the times. That's right. When we created SB 11, Pier Avenue was still new. Pier Avenue was, let's call it growing pains, turmoil, constant change in ownerships and operations, this persistent concern about the CUP goes with the property, not the business, because so many of those businesses down there changed hands so quickly and morphed from, fine dining establishments to something quite different. Obviously, that's not the case on Upper Pier. I think it was my fellow commissioner from Barbara mentioned earlier, or maybe it was Laura, that in fact Upper Pier's anything but what we were afraid it might become. And we feel silly. I certainly feel silly now. Those of you who followed the history up there, we have what do we call it? Open air dining, but not outdoor dining. And we didn't allow all of this. We widened the sidewalks, and there was a commissioner, a council member rather, that whatever you do, we're not going to allow anybody to actually use those sidewalks, God forbid. Now we've given away our parking up there to that. Having said all of that stuff, there is a concern, and part of the reason that we're going over this, how we would enforce as the question of what's a special event and how that building will be used. If it were a different operator, you see, I'd have a great deal of concern about that. The current outdoor patio operation is probably my favorite of all the outdoor dining activities that I see going on in the public right-of-way, so I'm comfortable with them. I do have a problem with, I understand everybody's comments about it's as small as it is, those two little decks or whatever you want to call it on the new building. I don't think we should allow outdoor anything there other than coming and going, including standing around, because it becomes a problem for you as much as it does for us. If one person's out there on a phone call drinking a glass of wine, then the next person is going to join them, and pretty soon there's 4 people out there, and maybe that's not fair to the neighbors even. We don't really care about the neighbors across the street now that we know who's over there, but for the rest of them, it's probably not fair. But I'm 100% in support of this application. Again, I think it's a reflection of the changing times on Upper Pier that have all been for the better, frankly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Flaherty.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple things. There's very few times that we see an applicant come in with additional parking, and this was very unique to go around. First of all, it's not surprising by the applicant, it's surprising there was extra parking out there. But the bottom line for me is, as said many times, the applicants certainly lead the way on a type of business we'd like to see. I also concur with the upper deck, no tables and chairs on that, what the staff recommended. I thought I heard Kathy mention about 2 or 3 different items other than the music that she wanted to add to this, but somehow it's been lost in this discussion. So I would like to see if there's an additional, unless Steve has those numbers.
I thought those were the 2 things that I enumerated.
Okay. But, okay, then I'm happy with that, and I fully support this operation. Like Pete, I'm kind of taken back by the number of public special events that are on public property or the existing outdoor seating that we seem to lose track of because there's too many departments running the show. So that would be my suggestion long-term. All the applicants need to have a single voice body running this, or at least some sort of overview. But that being said, are there rules? So my only comment, Mr. Chairman, is asking our director, are the rules for outdoor dining similar that you would have for spacing and quantity and occupancy the same as interior as they would be outside? There's a minor difference in load. Is there a minor difference in how many people you can put in one area? Or are the rules that
yeah.
when you guys assist Public Works, for example, it's reviewed somewhat by your department for public right-of-way permits?
To a limited degree, community development assists on occupant review.
Right.
Where occupant review becomes important is when a building exits through an outdoor dining area, because then the density of the outdoor area affects how fast everybody can exit the building in the event of an emergency. However, typically, if it's an outdoor area, for example, the ones in the street that aren't attached to a building, they generally don't have any sort of building occupancy, because that's a building code requirement. So there's a limited degree in terms of occupancy. I would say that there are a whole host of other regulations that are in the encroachments section of the municipal code that govern how outdoor dining and outdoor areas can be administered, and those were all updated within the last 2 years or so.
Thank you. That being said, I again agree with this application, and I would support it.
Okay, very good. Now it's motion time. I know Steve had some initial comments. Pete's comments, if I understand them, were essentially no consumption of alcohol outdoors on that little patio strip, however we can phrase that.
No, what I was saying is simply agreeing with the staff recommendation not to allow the occupancy, the service on the, whatever you call those, the decks or the balconies, thank you, the stairs, at the top of the stairs of the new building.
Okay,
So as written.
so basically as written.
Yeah, as written. In other words, I'll make a motion. My motion would be staff recommendation.
Second.
And so, Chair, and once again, I just want to posit, if I may, in these hearing the applicant, and once again, I don't have much experience with the ABC, in hearing her say, hey, can you at least carve out that kind of language for the encroachment public right-of-way? At least from our perspective, that's kind of a no harm, no foul, because it's there anyway. So the following language could be added to the two provisions for what she noted. I believe it's 1A4 and then B2. We would just add or unless permitted in the public right-of-way by any applicable city process or permit. Now, once again, it's totally up to you guys. I did just want to note that from my perspective, that gives them nothing, then they wouldn't already otherwise be able to avail themselves to. But once again, totally your guys' call.
And if, as the motion maker, I'm certainly fine with that. If the ABC has trouble interpreting this.
Right, and so once again.
Yeah, and what I was saying earlier is in terms of the staff and our enforcement.
Correct,
I don't think it's necessary, but
right,
for the sake of ABC, I will amend my thing to staff rec as amended suggested by the city attorney.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Now, Steve, do you wish to present a friendly amendment for anything in the staff recommendation, or?
I think Counselor just took care of that.
Okay.
I was supportive of that language in both of those sections, and so I'm through there, and I can't solve the music thing, but the other two I'm happy with.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any support for a friendly amendment to define an event or an event space?
No, I'm not interested in that.
No, the second says no.
All right, we move on from that. All right, I do think it would be helpful for the interpretation of that space, but if there's no support for that, then there's no support for that.
My concern, I would simply say, is that if we start to try to do that on the fly tonight, we're going to miss opportunities that we might not occur to us. That when the junior league decides they want to have a fashion show, and we somehow omitted fashion show, I don't know how we would do that.
You should have brought snacks like I did.
Yeah.
We can figure that out. I think you could simply say the primary focus of that space is events as evidenced by special speakers, advanced sales, group affiliations, et cetera.
I'm still uncomfortable with that because of the advanced sales part. That spontaneous event, we just won the slow pitch league. We got a group of guys. We'd like to go up and do our trophy presentation. It was unplanned, it was whatever, but it's not going to be the kind of event. See, I'm stumbling right now because I can't come up with great examples. That's my concern. I think if staff in the future, but again, we're dealing with almost a unique situation here.
Right.
We don't have any other on-sale beer and wine places, do we? I mean, the last one was, down on the Strand, which, interestingly, you guys know all about, right? That's what I mean. That was the last on-sale beer and wine establishment, I think, in Hermosa, wasn't it?
Am I allowed to ask a question?
I would say no. All right, it doesn't appear like there's support for my finely crafted definition, and the powerful play moves on. Is there any further debate on the motion? We have a seconded motion on the floor. We can debate it, or we can move to call the question. So any further debate at 11:25 p.m.? All right, let's call the question.
Voting is now open.
I'm not seeing a button, but I don't want to
Not yet.
jinx.
Yeah, my session is being resumed, so.
It's not queuing up on our.
Yeah. If it's not, once again, still ironing the kinks out, we, of course, are able to do a voice vote.
We know how to do voice votes if memory serves correct, but I don't.
You might have to sign back in. I had to sign back in. There had been no
I'm fine.
activity.
All right, let's do voice vote.
I'm signed in.
We're burning daylight here, but that wouldn't be entirely correct. Exactly.
Commissioner Hoffman?
Yes.
Commissioner Flaherty?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisant?
Yes.
Commissioner Hirsch?
Yes.
And Commissioner Chair Peterson?
Yes. All right.
Motion carries.
Am I the only one that
Right.
was disappointed when you asked for a bottle, he brought you water? Come on, I mean, that didn't seem to make sense.
For the benefit of the applicant and the public, this decision will be forwarded to the City Council's next meeting of September 10th, and the appeal period will commence after that.
All right, fantastic. Congratulations. Thank you for being here. We are going to move on, and y'all are welcome to stay for a precise development plan for a parking structure. I'm truncating it tremendously. Is Doug? Okay, here we go. Okay, moving on to item 7B. This is a request for a precise development plan to allow the construction of an existing city-owned surface parking lot located at the southwest corner of 14th Street and Manhattan Avenue in the downtown commercial zone. Do we have a staff report?
We do. Our interim associate planner, Kanika Pompey, will provide the staff presentation for you.
Good evening, Chair and member of the Commission. This item is brought to you tonight because pursuant to Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, Section 17.58.020, titled Projects Requiring Review, a PDP is required for remodels greater than 1,500 square feet. The redevelopment of the site exceeds 1,500 square feet and is therefore subject to a PDP review. This is a request for approval of a PDP that would permit the reconstruction of an existing city-owned parking lot to incorporate a variety of stormwater capture and other sustainability features at the southwest corner of 14th Street and Manhattan Avenue. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the requested PDP with conditions of approval. The property is a corner lot developed with an existing city-owned surface parking lot, and the parking lot D improvement project, also known as Capital Improvement Number 682, was first conceived in 2017. City Council directed staff at their June 2024 meeting to proceed with CIP 682 with the current design. Shown here is the city's zoning map to provide additional context showing the location of the property in relation to adjacent streets, zoning districts, and residences. The project site is an existing corner lot located at the southwestern corner of Manhattan Avenue and 14th Street within the C2 zone and is located in the coastal zone. The property has a general plan land use designation of community commercial. The project consists of the reconstruction of an existing city-owned surface parking lot. The parking lot will consist of 22 parking stalls, which will include 12 standard-size stalls, 5 compact stalls, 2 electric vehicle stalls, 2 neighborhood electric vehicle stalls, and 1 accessible stall. The project will also include a new bike rack, new accessible path from the east side of the property onto Manhattan Avenue, and will replace the existing asphalt pavement with permeable pavement, thus achieving 100% permeability on the site. The project will also include a new trash enclosure, pay station, stormwater infiltration system, native vegetation, and a solar canopy. The site will be operable 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Here you can see a couple of images of the existing site. The site is currently developed with the surface parking lot with 19 parking stalls, which consists of 18 standard spaces and 1 accessible parking stall. The site currently has 612 square feet of landscape area and is totally paved with impermeable pavement. Although the parking lot does not include any buildings, there are several accessory structures being proposed with the project. The following table summarizes the C2 development standards the project must adhere to. The project, as proposed, is fully compliant with the development standards within the C2 zone. The purpose of the PDP is to promote excellence in design, layout to achieve quality, compatibility, and harmony with the community's objective, and to ensure the development will be compatible with the existing and potential development in the area, as well as supplement other city regulations and standards to ensure control of the physical features of development not otherwise addressed. The project includes several sustainability features that will improve the appearance of the area and enhance service. Some of these enhancements include streetscape, water quality, and facility enhancements. Expected impacts resulting from the PDP are transitory in nature and pertain to construction, noise, and dust and vibrations. These impacts will be mitigated through the conditions of approval. As previously mentioned, the property is located on a corner lot. Ingress to the site is provided from 14th Street and egress is from Palm Drive. The project will consist of the redevelopment of the existing city-owned surface parking lot and the construction of new accessory structures. The project will replace the existing 19 parking stalls with the proposed 22 parking stalls. And the project will encompass the installation of a new bike rack, trash enclosures, and solar canopy. The site slopes downward from the east to the west with an approximate 11-foot variation between Manhattan Avenue and the low point of the site along the alley. Both the trash enclosure and solar canopy are located on a lower grade compared to the rest of the site. It would not block public views of the beach. The project is also proposing the revitalization of the on-site landscaping. And additionally, the project will be conditioned to require landscaping be drought tolerant and include California native species. And the project will also comply with the water efficiency landscape ordinance. This project has been thoroughly evaluated for conformance with the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code standards for precise development plans, as identified in the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, section 17.58.030, and is discussed in greater detail on pages 5 through 6 of the provided report. The project was evaluated for its consistency with the city's general plan, and staff finds that the project aligns with multiple goals and policies. You can see here some of the relevant policies. For one, policy 7.1, permeable pavement, which require the use of permeable pavement in parking lots, sidewalk, plazas, and other low-intensity paved areas. And as mentioned before, the site is going to provide 100% permeability. And also policy 6.6, universal access, which is to provide resources that improve accessibility to the beach for all visitors. So the project site is located extremely close to the beach, 0.1 mile away from the beach, and includes a new bike rack. And this encourages alternative forms of transportation, thus making the beach more accessible to beach goers who may not be able to utilize a car. The project was further evaluated for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and pursuant to CEQA, the proposed project qualifies for a Class 11 categorical exemptions for accessory structures, specifically Section 15311B for small parking lots. For this meeting, a total of 829 public hearing notices were mailed within a 500-foot radius. And a legal ad was also published in the Easy Reader. Also, although not required by the municipal code, the applicant conducted public outreach to inform the public on the scope of the project prior to the filing of their PDP application. In addition to being discussed by City Council at numerous meetings throughout the years, the project has also been presented to the Public Works Commission as part of regular status updates. Therefore, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 24-16 to determine that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA and approving PDP 24-10 for the reconstruction of existing city-owned surface parking lot located at the southwest corner of 14th Street and Manhattan Avenue in the downtown commercial C2 zone, subject to conditions. This concludes staff report. Staff is available to answer your questions. The applicant is also present, is available for questions. Thank you.
All right, and thank you. Do any commissioners have questions of staff at this time?
I do, but they're, for example, on the one I have right now is some of the articles in here, including like 16 and 23 on the construction notes, call for removing grease traps from the site, refurbishing them and coming back to the site. Can we answer some of those questions and tell us how that happened?
I think the applicant staff would be best suited to answer those questions.
Okay.
Well, before,
Yeah.
okay, let's have quiet, this is sort of convoluted because we're kind of all team, but Mike, do you have any other questions of our staff on the staff
No.
report? Okay. Pete, do you have any?
I do have a question, I guess, of the city attorney. One of the questions that's been raised in some of the public comment and certainly by our own observations, the quote-unquote unapproved, unpermitted, illegal, maybe, again, it's been labeled all those things, I'm quoting, but the gate that's on the property wall on the south side of the property, what's the status there? Is there an easement or anything involved, or what's the status of that?
Go ahead. Madam Director may have some information on that. From our office's perspective, yes, we are aware of it. We are working on it. We are attempting to get compliance, Madam Director.
Yeah, and just to confirm, there is no easement, and that is why the city is working on rectifying that situation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions of
No.
staff? Vice Chair?
What is an NEV? I imagine it's natural electric vehicle, but it seems like a very small parking spot, so I'm curious what those two spots are for.
NEV is the neighborhood electric vehicle, so basically like those golf carts.
Got it. Okay. And then I think you mentioned in the staff presentation, and I think I read it in the report somewhere about solar panels, but I can't seem to understand where they are from looking at the plans. Can you clarify where they're located?
So it's a canopy, so it's, think of it kind of a carport. It will be over some of the parking spaces, and on top of it, there will be solar panels.
We can quickly pull up the presentation. There.
It's the northwestern quadrant.
Adjacent to Palm. Yeah. The parking spots that are adjacent to Palm, it's going to be covered with a canopy, and on top of the canopy, you're going to have solar panels.
Can you come closer to the mic, please? Thank
Yes,
you.
I apologize.
Yes.
So those are the spots that are adjacent to Palm. As it's shown, it's going to have a canopy, a cover, and on top of the cover, you're going to have the solar panels.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Commissioner Arzan, do you have any questions?
What are the solar panels going to power?
The lighting, Mr. Chairman, if I may, the lighting that is going
Let's
to
just switch to the applicant. So we know, Doug, if you want to introduce yourself
Absolutely.
for the record.
I apologize late in the hour. Forgive me for not doing that. John Osqui, I'm a consultant helping the engineering department, Public Works.
Okay, thank you. And before I get way off my script, do any commissioners have any disclosures to make? I do need to ask that. That's in my contract. No? Anyone? Anyone? No? Okay. So the applicant, anything you wish to present on this project or share questions? Do you all have additional questions?
I have a question.
Okay.
I guess these guys would be the appropriate ones. Going back several years, the city has been collecting occasionally in lieu fees for businesses downtown that were expanding, were unable to provide parking. We were collecting funds for that, and at least on several occasions, when the question is, what would we possibly use that for? The answer was always, well, we'll double deck Lot D. It'll be a simple, relatively affordable. We can create another 20 spaces, whatever. You come right off Manhattan Avenue. It's, it's almost a natural on the hillside there. Somehow this kind of jumped ahead of that potential project. Can we explain that, or was that simply?
I mean, the project as you see it was conceived and designed back in 2017 and applied for grants for this design of this project. That concept has been brought up recently by council and on more than one occasion responded to by staff, and I guess at this point ultimately council has decided to move forward with a single story as designed and proposed as you see it. So I don't know if that answers your question. I'm not sure of any conversations prior.
We're in this kind of awkward situation.
Yeah.
The council is in fact sort of our bosses, but simultaneously are the proponent applicants, as it were.
Right.
But I'm just in kind of, for my sake, but that of anybody who's listening, it might be new to them tonight to hear somebody suddenly saying, no, we're going to develop this as a sort of a demonstration project versus what for so long it had been suggested it might become.
I can't speak to prior to 2017, but once this grants were applied for this project, it's been moving forward as you see it. Council has brought that up in between. Staff, did some research and responded. The feasibility, the cost, in light of the grants that have been, accomplished and earned for this design, have led us to just, move forward with what we have here. Yes.
Any other questions?
No. Thank
you. And of course, our job here tonight, as everyone knows, is to see that the conditions of approval are appropriate, and there's issues that kind of transcend what our jurisdiction is. I think the applicant can sit down for a minute, and we'll see if there's anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item.
I had some more
Oh,
questions.
I'm so sorry. No, go ahead.
Anyhow, I do appreciate the 8 years it took from when it was first designed, but there was another 40 years before that this parking lot transitioned into the not so pleasant parking lot. And it was also had to do with the businesses changing. So when J.C. Penney's was down on Hermosa Avenue, it did not have wet trash, and they did not have a grease trap or grease holding. So as that transitioned into 4 or 5 bars or restaurants, the parking lot, and in those days, there was no city ordinance that says you will build your business with a storage area as we do today. For the last 20 years, every residential house and commercial house that was built had to have their own trash storage area. It's very clear in the building code. So in the 70s, when those cans first came out here, it was because of the business changed. The business no longer could take out require those businesses to have their own grease traps in their system, plus their own requirement to clean those out before it hits the public sewer system. So what you saw on site is not a grease trap, it's a grease barrel. It's a barrel that collects grease from all those businesses and then has to be picked up by an outside company, and it's for free because that company's making money off of that grease. Now, what was missing all these other years and why it looks like how in disrepair it is, the trash area does the trash area undermine the asphalt? The trash area undermined the gutter. The trash area undermined everything. So my real question to you, have you made contact with these particular businesses to put them on notice that even though this is going back on city property at a proper enclosure, in fact, the business adjacent to it was required to have an enclosure to build on public property, and it has not complied. Similar to the gentleman that has the gate that did not pull a permit that does that. So those are questions that I have that are not your design. Your design is, I think superior, et cetera, et cetera.
The simple, very high-level answer to that is there is actually a resolution in the near past that allows their trash to be stored in that lot.
Those businesses?
Yes, specifically them in that location. And so this honors that, and the design honors that. They will have a grease container. The interceptor and the diversion structures are just per stormwater law for a good modern enclosure will have that.
I didn't
not
see it in
to
the
capture
plans.
grease, but any spillage, any et cetera. That.
I didn't see it back in the plans. You can annotate on those numbers, 16, 23 and all that. The engineering design led you to those numbers and what you were gonna remove those and bring them back and so on. So certainly would hope that Athens would bring you back new containers when you build a new.
Sure. No.
Okay. Certainly think that the grease trap shouldn't be there. That's my personal grease holding tank.
Right. Well, again, the enclosure will be designed to accommodate all those, and we'll get the most sparkling containers we can and keep up on maintenance and upkeep.
Yeah, I think probably without an enclosure, it showed its ugly face every day. Yeah. With that particular, okay. Next.
Commissioner Flaherty, if I could just bring a little bit of clarity to this issue. The city does continue to review all of these different encroachments and its history, but perhaps a source of reassurance is that resolution that Doug referred to actually includes a clause that says that the use of parking lot D as a refuse enclosure site is revocable should the city determine the site is needed for other public purposes. So the city does have recourse, so the city does have an out and is able to coordinate with that property owner, and I hope that maybe brings a little bit of reassurance to your concern on this issue.
I agree.
Thank you.
So the next question is something you and I have talked about, Doug, and that is the charging stations. Are they fully going to be paid for by the user and not subsidized by the city?
I think that's to be determined in the process of constructing it.
Even though the city has determined that they were removing all the subsidized meters?
Okay. Well, I'll state this. Yes, it would, as council has directed, it would charge the customers, so it will not be free in that sense. What the payback time is on that, I don't have those details.
As long as the $200,000 Mercedes parking out there is paying for the charging station.
Yes,
Thank you.
and the meter cost as well.
And the meter cost.
Commissioner Flaherty, I'm just wondering if that question is slightly off scope in terms of what we're voting on as opposed to the.
Yeah, I recognize
funding and
that
council
our
action.
level of changing the document is there, but this is 50 years in the making to get this parking lot, and the problems that you're hearing me say, but I'll end up with, have you decided on a long-term maintenance for the drainage boxes?
We have not, but that will be done in the process of construction and finalizing.
So the rest of my questions, I'll hold.
All right. Suspense mounts. Do we have any other questions from commissioners of the applicants? I don't, but no. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? Good evening, sir. You've
My
been
name is
patient.
Joe Bailey.
Okay, if you could sign in and appreciate it, Mr. Bailey.
And I am the owner of the Notorious Gate. I've owned that, I purchased that property over 30 years ago. And when I purchased it, it was a vacant, non-conforming 3-unit, almost a 3-unit with a vacant lot next to it. I did what I could at the time. Remodeled it then to the 3 units, and for years had lower end rental in there. 2015, I put about $500,000 into the property and totally redid it and brought up the Title 24. And I'm a licensed contractor. I own a hardwood flooring business. My sons run it now. I'm retired. But the whole entire project was lengthy. 2 years took me to do it. And I had everything signed off. The gate I added later, but there's block walls on each side, and we left it roughly a 12-foot opening. And the parking that's been, and that provides roughly 4 to 6 parking spaces on site, off the city property. It doesn't affect me personally, maybe financially, but there's 3 families that live there that have that's the gate's motorized. They have secure on-site parking. It's an environment that at sometimes can be challenging with the bar, with the patrons that are there, the use of the alcohol, and you know, this is an existing. We've been utilizing that and accessing that from the parking lot for 25 years. Never was an issue. I know there isn't an easement granted, but some might say there's a prescriptive easement there. I'm not against the city developing. I look forward to it. It's always been an eyesore, the parking lot there. I'm not standing here raising any objections to anything. I'm only here to respectfully request that the city might be able to accommodate us and allow for the access of the parking. And that's the reason why the gate is there, to provide parking for the tenants that are there. And when you call it unpermitted, there's 2 block walls that are there. The footings were signed off. The walls were signed off. The whole project was signed off. Later, because of financial reasons and security reasons, I added the gate. I'm guilty of not knowing that I needed to have it permitted. But the gate, the way it is, has been in use for 8 years. it was brought to my attention roughly 2018, the same type of letter I got here, notifying me of that. I talked to an attorney, he dealt with the city, wrote them a letter, whatever, and then nothing ever came of it. And here we are. So, like I said, I'm not against anything. I'm pro-development. I've made too much money in development and everything like that to question anything. I'm just here to respectfully request that that my tenants be able to access the parking that gives them safe, secure.
Mr. Bailey, your time is done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe we can all connect them out. All right.
David Grayson, Public Works Commission. I will sign this sheet.
Fair enough.
It was kind of funny when you're up here saying, well, the applicant will, come forward. So just to be clear, everybody, in this case, the city is the applicant. This is Doug Kraus, Environmental Programs Manager, who is the project manager for this particular project. And I assume this gentleman is a contractor who has worked on the design for us. Thank you very much. So it's just kind of funny because typically you get a private applicant. So I had to just throw that in. And there's one feature that might have been highlighted in the overview presentation, which I appreciate. There is, I believe, an ADA access feature, a ramp that leads up to provide access to Manhattan Avenue, as I recall from the time it was reviewed in the past. So, and I also noticed this isn't right on topic, but we're working our way through eScribe, and I see that we got the alcohol thing up here now. So let's just keep improving as we go.
All right, Mr. Grayson, thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers that wishes to speak on this item? We've heard from everyone. Is there anyone on Zoom?
No hands are raised. If you are joining the meeting by phone or virtually, please remember to dial *9 to unmute yourself and *6 to raise your hands. No hands are raised.
No one. Okay. Given that, we will go back to the applicant and ask if you wish to make any further statement in rebuttal or response before the public comment portion of the hearing is closed. Okay, I'm indicating no. Do the commissioners have any further questions of the applicant before public comment is closed? No? All right. Public comment is closed. We're now going to bring it back for discussion and deliberation. I do just have a question specific to this discussion of the easement, the gate, and this and that. I mean, we're here to vote on what's in front of us. Is there any reason why that issue should prevent us from voting on this tonight, or?
No,
Okay.
no, Mr. Chair.
Okay, fair enough. Answered my question. Does anyone else have any questions, comments, or dare I say a motion? Commissioner Zam.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be voting no on this tonight. The reason I'm going to be voting no is because this didn't come up through us, but we're a planning commission. We're going to spend about $1,100,000, $200,000, $300,000, and then nothing's going to happen for the next 30 years. The only reason they're going forward on this is because they do not want to reapply for certain grants. The proper planning decision for this space is an upper-level deck that comes directly off of Monterey. It would cost about twice as much, but it would pay for itself fairly quickly. So I'm probably going to be the only no vote, but I'm voting no. And if by some lucky reason I get 3 votes, then my next motion will be to ask the city council to reconsider. We're supposed to be planners. This is not a good long-term plan for the city, so I'm voting no.
Okay, understood. Does anyone else have any thoughts or comments? or a motion?
I would simply note that I think my initial question and comment raises some of the same issues that Commissioner Izant has raised. However, what we have in front of us in terms of our discretionary authority is, does this project conform or not, in the same way that were this a private applicant in front of us with a business that we didn't necessarily support, that's not always part of our jurisdiction, is do I like the business that's in front? The question is, does it conform to the zoning and so forth? And then this, as was mentioned by staff, this is a 100% conforming project.
And if for some reason our collective comments here cause city council to pull our decision, they could do that if they so wished. Any other comments, or does someone?
I have a couple, if I could.
Okay.
I appreciate the director's statement about ongoing staff review, no matter what we provide here or suggest here. And in particular, I thought Doug's reaction to reading the letter from Ann and following up on that is exactly what I hope the city to do. There are certain things that happened more than 8 years ago when it got on the print. It was years before that there was dialogue with group meetings on the design of that lot, and the application just came along to get a grant. It wasn't necessarily it led the way. The grant didn't lead the way, the design of the thing. I think I would normally vote with Commissioner Steve, but I think this is a time to move forward. Even though I'm not getting everything I really want out of it. So that would be, I think the city can see the quandary, and especially, I think Ann wrote a great letter questioning detail after detail on this, and I'm sure the city can respond to her. So, thank you for sharing, Director, that there is a ordinance or resolution allowing them to be there. We, of course, do that for all our businesses on the Lot A, where we're sharing city right-of-way with trash enclosures. So it's not uncommon. I hope today the business I hope all the business have the ability on a long term to have their own responsible way of storing their trash and their stuff. It isn't today. Those buildings will probably be here longer than we are. So that being said, I would support the motion.
Okay, we just need a motion. Anybody wish to make a motion?
I'll move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a seconded motion on the floor. Is there any further debate on this item? Hearing none, all right, if we could initiate the vote and call the question on this, I would appreciate that.
We're going to have to do an old-fashioned roll call.
Yeah.
Okay, we're still,
Yes.
all right.
Commissioner Hoffman?
Yeah, well, yes.
Commissioner Flaherty?
Yes.
Commissioner Izant?
No.
Commissioner Hirsch?
Yes.
Chair Peterson?
Yes. All right, motion passes.
Motion carried.
Okay. All right, thank you, and good morning to those still here. Moving on to item 8, this is Community Development Director report.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Given the earliness of the hour, if you would indulge me on a brief update on the civic facilities assessment. That is my assignment for tonight, by the way. So as the Planning Commission knows, the city has embarked on a civic facilities assessment process. And as part of that, one of the first major steps is the community engagement portion of that. And that one of those things involves providing an update to all of the city's boards and commissions. So as part of the overall community engagement, the council has secured the services of Lee Andrews to put together a community engagement plan or strategy, and that'll be rolling out in the next couple of months. Some of the major components are previewing the city facilities, so City Hall, the police station, community center, the city yard, and providing perhaps some way for the public to see those spaces and to assess the physical aspect of those spaces. Another aspect is that the City Council authorized an informal civic facilities advisory committee. The deadline to apply for that was last week, and I believe the City Council will be reviewing applications henceforth. The community engagement process for the civic facilities is scheduled to be throughout the rest of this year into about mid-2025, next year. And at that point, hopefully there's enough feedback to inform the city's options. As you know, the City Council has explored many options from, conceptually from remodeling and upgrading all the way to new construction and different sites. And so this is the point of the community engagement strategy, is to assist in fleshing that out. As part of the civic facilities assessment, the city is reviewing opportunities for revenue generation and costing that can be facilitated by city properties, including Lot A and Lot C downtown. This parallel process to ensure that there's some sort of viable funding plan for whatever option for the civic facilities is ultimately pursued. And so the reason this is relevant to the Planning Commission is that this development of civic facilities, which I mentioned would include City Hall, Police Department, Public Works Yard, and maybe some other public amenities, all of which are not on the public right-of-way, and so they would be subject to the zoning ordinance. And what that means is that if entitlements are required, these projects will come before the Planning Commission. Based on the current project schedules, it looks like that could occur as early as the latter half of 2025. And so I wanted to provide a quick update on what was going on there. You'll see more through press releases and through other information as the city's team begins pushing out updates. The only other update I have is we are working hard to fill our staff vacancies. As you know, we had 2 of the 3 planners take off. So we've been immersed in recruiting activities. We've gotten to the finals on 1 position, and I believe we are closing in on the second one as well. And so that's been one of our main focuses, and hopefully once we're fully staffed again, we can get back on track, or as Commissioner Izant said, get our act together and continue some of the long-term zoning ordinance updates that we have on our list to do. So that's my update tonight, and thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. All right. I suppose if anyone has any questions of the director based on that, you're welcome to share them.
Will the Facilities Commission or committee have any representation from the various commissions?
I believe it is an at-large advisory group. It's informal, so it's open. It's not a formal structure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or Brown Act, committee? No, okay.
Is there a distribution list? And is there a distribution list for that civic center planning? And are we on it?
As the engagement process starts happening, there will be a distribution list, interested parties list, and I'm sure the city is creating a specialized topic on the city's newsletter as well, so that there's a e-blast list for any time there's an update that becomes available.
I am speculating based on your comment about staffing and my fellow commissioners' comments maybe from the last meeting, but I was wondering where we were on why we haven't been seeing any zoning updates, and it sounds like it's potentially a staffing issue? Or are we on schedule based on the previous schedules?
Yeah, when recruiting efforts are time intensive, and so, you know, we do have to turn our focus from producing zoning ordinance updates and things like that to actually recruiting efforts. And so our priority is to keep the day-to-day operations going, and so that means customer service duties at the counter, plan review for permits, and that becomes the priority. And that means that until we're fully staffed, it's hard to pursue the long-term projects. We're continuing to work on that. It's a little bit of a slower pace, but once we're fully staffed, we hope to get back on board with that.
Director Ty, just maybe a question of clarification. This envisioning committee, and you mentioned a number of areas or a number of buildings that they were going to envision, community center, city hall, and so on. You mentioned the city yard. Does this mean further delay in the 20 years we've been trying to upgrade and rebuild the city yard? Or are we going to have now a citizens group envision the city yard for us on what it could be? What's the purpose of this committee as it refers to the city yard?
The committee advises on the overall civic facilities reinvestment project, or whatever we want to call it. The city yard is one component of that. One of the reasons that everything is integrated is that there's a lot of moving pieces, and there's also funding to take into consideration. And so it's incumbent upon the group to look at the whole project and approach it in a comprehensive way. So I can't answer the question as to whether something is a delay or something is not a delay. I can just tell you that the city yard is part of the overall civic facilities.
Thank you, Director.
I think I've heard that before. All right.
None of us will live so long.
All right. Planning Commission comments. Do any commissioners have, not that we've been short on them tonight, but this is your last chance. Any Planning Commission comments, items, whatever it may be, ruminations on, you have anything?
No, I'm just looking at my agenda. I'll move to receive and file the future agenda items.
Well, I haven't called that yet. All right, moving on to item 10. Gosh.
That was my
right.
comment. That was what I wanted to talk about.
All right, bit of decorum here, sir. Item 10A, Planning Commission, tentative future agenda. It's presented for us. Apparently, my colleague Pete has read it and wishes to receive and file. Does anybody want to second that?
Second.
Okay, a late second there. Should we do a voice vote, or are we going to? All right, Steve. All right, boy, you guys, gosh, you got to.
Commissioner Hoffman?
Yes.
Commissioner Flaherty?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisont?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hirsch?
Yes.
Chair Peterson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
My colleagues are sharing a cab, and it's already been called. All right, I think at this point we have no further public comment because we've certainly heard it. All I need is a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you everyone for a long night, but a productive night. Well done.